whose destination is uncertain and deeply troubling. We're told that safeguards will be in place, but what starts with those deemed mentally competent and terminally ill so easily extends gradually, quietly to others. And looking at the jurisdictions where such laws have been passed, criteria loosens, and the line, once thought so firm, fades. What message do we send to the elderly, the disabled, the chronically ill, when the law declares their lives potentially not worth living? Will they not begin to feel a quiet obligation to relieve their families, to save resources, to cease being a burden? My lords, that is not compassion. My lords, it is quiet cruelty masked as choice. Rather than offering death, let us commit to better palliative care. Let us train, fund and support hospices and home care so that no one is forced to consider death out of fear, loneliness or despair. Lord Sachs said life is sacred. It is God's gift, not ours. It is the physician's responsibility to heal, not to harm. Jewish law, halakha, teaches that every moment of life, even in suffering, has meaning and value. Every breath is a blessing. We are not absolute owners of our lives, we are the guardians. Ending a life at someone's request is considered taking what ultimately belongs to God. We all recognise the terrible fear of degenerative illness, the dread of indignity, the anxiety of being a burden, but, my lords, enshrining this bill in law risks turning the immeasurable sanctity of life, kedushat hachayim, into something to be weighed, measured and judged. Lord Sachs reminded us that life is not ours to end. I urge your lordships to consider the long-term consequences of this bill, not just for the individuals, but for the moral fibre of society. My lords, in that moment of suffering, do we offer death or do we offer care? I choose care.
My lords, Lord Campbell-Savers is taking part remotely, and I now invite Lord Campbell-Savers to speak.
My lords, I do not intend in a brief intervention to argue the case for the bill. I support the principles behind the bill as set out. However, I do harbour some reservations as to the process of implementation. I want to concentrate my remarks on that process, and in particular the bill's handling in this House, and hopefully in an amended form on its return to the Commons. After 43 years in Westminster, I learned a simple lesson. Legislate in haste and repent at leisure. There are too many precedents. I'm worried that if we pass the legislation in a single session, it will, during the period of implementation, be subject to repeated attack as unforeseen problems arise. So I propose we proceed on the following basis. The legislation should be the subject of annual renewal over a period of 3 years. There are a number of precedents in primary legislation for defined period renewal. For those who follow proceedings outside the House, they may well wish to look at the precedents. The Northern Ireland Act 1974 provided for annual orders on direct rule from Westminster. Section 17 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 1976 provided for annual renewal powers, as indeed did Section 13 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2005. Then we have the provisions under the Imprisonment Temporary Provisions Act 1980. We also have Section 98 of the Coronavirus Act, which required that the temporary, now devolved provisions to be voted on in Parliament every 6 months. And I also understand that attempts were made during passage of the Fixed Term Parliament Act 2011 to introduce annual renewal, which the House later rejected. So the precedent is there. Today I'm arguing that prior to annual renewal, depending on how the renewal notice was drafted, the government could introduce amendments to deal with problems identified during implementation of the legislation. On each occasion, Parliament could, if subject to statutory instrument approval, have the opportunity to kill the legislation if it was dissatisfied with any proposed deficiency reforms. Equally, if ministers failed to take renewal orders, the legislation would lapse. If satisfied, however, Parliament could renew. Yes, a steep hurdle, yes, but I believe that controversial legislation on this scale needs some form of consensus. We need to heed the concerns of those who will only support its provisions in conditions of minimized opportunity for abuse. Unlike many others, I'm not convinced that the annual review by the Chief Medical Officer and the 5-year review by the Secretary of State provides sufficient safeguards for parliaments to have a hand in dealing with potential public concerns. I hope to be tabling an amendment for committee stage dealing with my concerns, and I understand that my son, who is in a similar mind, would speak to such an amendment in the Commons if the opportunity were to arise. Thank you.
My Lords, I must begin by saying that I was somewhat hesitant to speak today, not because I do not wish to contribute, but because I'm currently caring for a loved one, which makes my time in this chamber unpredictable, and at the same time makes this bill so much more important and personal to me. I've spent much of my professional life working in the health and social care system, in mental health services, in hospitals, in the community, and working with those affected who've been misusing drugs or alcohol. I've met people at their most vulnerable, often in pain, sometimes in complete despair, ready to take their lives. I've also seen the extraordinary capacity of compassionate palliative care, skilled pain management and the support of family and friends to transform a person's final weeks or months. My Lords, my own family experience gives me reason to tread carefully. When my brother Krishna was in his late 20s, due to childhood health issues, he suffered a series of strokes that were not diagnosed at the time. Over just a few months, he went from being an intelligent, charming and much-loved man to become someone unable to speak, eat or care for himself. All the clinicians told us that there was no future for him. It was only a matter of time. Caring for him at home took a terrible toll on my mother, and he was eventually placed in an old people's home in his early 30s, heavily sedated with drugs for his own good. Years later, by which time I'd become a social worker and was convinced more could be done, Krishna eventually was moved to a specialist Leonard Cheshire home. There, without sedation, with therapy, with love and attentive care, he lived another 20 years. He enjoyed life, saw his son grow into a teenager and formed loving friendships. And I sometimes wondered, had this bill already been in law, would he have been given that second chance? The prevailing medical view at the time was very clear there was no future for him. By contrast, I think of my mother who suffered her third stroke. Even then, A&E waiting times were poor, and she did not receive timely treatment. Her condition deteriorated rapidly in hospital. Consultants told me her organs were failing and she was suffering greatly. They asked me for a do not resuscitate order, and I reluctantly agreed that she should be made comfortable. She was given morphine, never regained consciousness, and passed away peacefully 3 days later. I still live with that decision today. These experiences pull me in different directions. They show me the danger of making assumptions about the quality or length of life someone may not yet have, but they also remind me that there are circumstances where easing someone's suffering and allowing a natural, peaceful death is the kindest thing we can do. In a country as rich in diversity as ours, we cannot ignore the influence of faith, culture and tradition in shaping how people view these questions. For some, life is a gift, a sacred gift from God, and only God should decide its end. For others, personal autonomy is central to human dignity. The law must tread carefully to respect both positions without eroding trust in our healthcare or our legal systems. The bill before us seeks to set out a set of frameworks for assisted dying with safeguards. But there are questions that remain unanswered. How can we ensure that safeguards work in practice as well as in theory? How can we guarantee that access to high-quality palliative care is a right for everyone, so that no one chooses assisted dying because they cannot get the adequate support? How do we avoid unintended consequences for the most vulnerable, the elderly, those with disability, those who are struggling with mental health or addiction, and certainly those from a minority ethnic group where we know there's a big mistrust in the system, and rightly so, and we know there's clear evidence of inequality in care? These questions are not barriers to the debate. They are the debate, and we need time to debate them. That is why I approach this bill neither with a blanket opposition nor uncritical support, but with caution and a desire for evidence. We must look carefully at the experience of other jurisdictions, hear from those most affected, patients, families and the clinicians who will be asked to make life-ending decisions. My Lords, whatever the view we hold today, this conversation will not end with this stage of the bill. It will and should continue, and our responsibility is to ensure it continues in a way that's informed by evidence, rooted in compassion and respectful to the dignity and value of every human life.
My Lords, I'm grateful to follow the noble Lord Patel, because he has just outlined so many of the issues which your Lordship's House needs to think about in the context of this bill. We've heard from several noble lords that this is a matter of choice, and certainly the main campaign of those advocating for the present bill is to give people choice. And in particular, we've heard that it would create a sense of equality, that at the moment, if you have the resources, you might be able to go to Dignitas to end your life in the way that you wish. But if you don't have those resources, you will have to stay in the UK and potentially die a more difficult death. Therefore, the logic of the argument goes, by introducing this bill, we will create a sense of equality. But, my Lords, I would like to suggest that this bill fails to do that. The safeguards in it are not adequate, and the time being proposed for us to debate and scrutinise this legislation is not adequate. Why do I say that? In many ways, for reasons that we have already heard in the chamber today. My noble friend Baroness Faulkner talking about her own medical case and the very different situation of whether you have managed to have quick healthcare through private provision or are stuck on an NHS waiting list. There are disparities at all stages. So those very people who might be able to pay to go to Dignitas may also be the very people that can pay to have private healthcare, to have had their medical treatment brought forward. Those disparities are inevitably there. But, my Lord, so we need to be very clear about this. Suddenly saying we're equalising provision and opportunities may not be the case. But, my Lords, there is also a very clear sense in the bill that ideas are put forward but not fully defined, as the noble lady Baroness Goldie in particular noted. The noble lady Baroness Primarolo suggested that there are many, many people who've written to her, and I think to other noble lords, saying, please adopt this bill as it stands. We agree with every word of it. Really? Much of the legislation is vague, the terms are not defined, and I suspect many of the people advocating for it will not have read it line by line. The noble Lord Lamont pointed out many of the questions that remain unanswered in the bill. Those questions require very significant scrutiny. And as the noble Lord Bridges of Headley pointed out, this is one of the most significant pieces of legislation we have had through your Lordship's House. The Children's and Wellbeing Act has got 12 days in committee. This bill is scheduled to have 4 days in committee. Would it be beyond the realms of possibility for the noble Lord Faulkner to work with the usual channels to find a way of actually having more time devoted to this bill? It doesn't have to be 9 Fridays in the period between January and March. There could be creative ways of giving this bill time so that it could be fully scrutinised, that the safeguards that are required could be put in place, and that we could actually do our job of legislating not just for ourselves and the choice we might want, but for the most vulnerable in society. because at the moment the bill isn't fit for purpose.
Lords, I cannot support this bill, and I am also opposed in principle to assisted dying. Those in favour have spoken today of those who face physical pain at the end of their lives having personal autonomy. That is not a view I share, but I do believe that more needs to be done to address the state of palliative care in the UK to improve the treatment of those at the end of life. However, my lords, of most concern to me is that this bill poses an inherent risk to the elderly and disabled. Decisions to end life are complex and not simply procedural. They take place in the context of individuals' daily lives. The context of many elderly and disabled people today should raise red flags about how we are caring for them and whether they will face abuse and pressure to end their lives. A context where 46.6% of those who have died in Oregon have cited being a burden, where 21.1% of those who died in 2023 in Canada, where death was reasonably foreseeable, cited isolation or loneliness as a factor in their decision-making. Age UK reports that 1.4 million older people in the UK are often lonely, where according to Hospice UK, 90,000 of our citizens die in poverty every year. That is 247 people daily who have faced the financial impact of a terminal illness. One where, as Disability Rights UK have observed, the government sadly does not have a good track record of protecting the vulnerable and disabled, and I talk about all governments in the last 30 years, and that this bill poses a danger to disabled people. Where the British Geriatric Society says that many of its members are not confident that effective legal safeguards could be developed to protect older people from unwarranted harms. And perhaps most worryingly, research from the other half, just from June this year, says that we should prepare for 1 in 7 of those being assisted to die in a single year, being a recent victim of elder abuse. All of this is especially pertinent in a nation that is rapidly ageing. In 2022, 19% of our population was aged over 65, and this is expected to rise by 27% by 2072. With several millions more elderly and sick to be expected in the coming decades, what will be our message to them? Will it be that we are a burden on our NHS and economy and should therefore consider ending our lives before it gets worse? My lords, I believe as a House we have a duty to protect the vulnerable, and should our response to the elders of our nation be to reverently love and support their need, should it not be to invest in our care services such that they do not have to suffer alone? My lords, I am not persuaded by the apparent procedural safeguards contained in this bill. None of them do anything to ameliorate the concerns I have raised for the elderly in particular. My lords, I will be supporting the amendments in the names of Lord Carlisle of Berriew and of my noble friend Baroness Berger. My lords, I believe, let us fulfil the duty of the state in protecting the vulnerable, not encouraging them to die.
My lords, it is 19 years since I first spoke in your lordship's house on the hugely emotive topic of assisted dying, and my view then that however well-intentioned legislation may be, the safeguards just aren't good enough, has not changed over the intervening years and debates. If anything, my concern for the vulnerable and the frightened has increased. But I also recognise that over these years, opinions have changed, often due to distressing family experiences, and I understand the strength and feeling of those here today and throughout the country who support this bill. Does the noble Lord, Lord Carlisle of Berriew, so rightly said, this bill is not adequate. And however well intentioned, a promise made in a general election campaign, delivered through a private member's bill with all its constraints and time limits, is not the way to fundamentally change the compact between government and the people. The report of the Select Committee on the Constitution completely captures where I stand on this bill. A private member's bill simply cannot undergo the same scrutiny as a government bill. And as they say, this is especially concerning given the subject matter of the bill. I also agree with the committee's advocacy for parliamentary pre-legislative scrutiny. If ever there was such a need, it is in this bill. Any legislation which so profoundly changes the norms of society should only be undertaken after seeking the widest views. And that is why I do not think my noble friend Lord Forsyth's amendment will make this a bill fit for the statute book, however many hours we debate it. We don't need more time to listen to ourselves. We need more time to listen to the voices of others. We have a chance to do that with the amendment in the name of the noble Baroness Lady Berger, which I will support. To all those who have written to me, either for or against the bill, a huge thank you for sharing your stories. We heard from the noble and learned Lord Faulkner the harrowing story of Tom's death from bile cancer. And yet choosing when to die doesn't guarantee a gentle end. In 2015, I raised the issue of a handful of people who had woken up from the drugs administered. It is now 9 in Oregon, none of whom asked to repeat the experience. And with the drugs taken now with tablets, it's just not one tablet, you have to swallow something like 100. And I thank those who have written to express their concerns around the issues of complicated grief, which haunts many relatives of those who have chosen assisted suicide, and of which we hear too little. In almost all the letters I received, there was a desire to address the fear and reality of dying in pain, which exists. And as we have heard so eloquently expressed around the House, any discussion of assisted dying has to go hand in hand with the provision of and access to the very best of palliative care. If we could achieve that, my lords, then we really would be fulfilling this bill's stated purpose of giving those who are already dying a choice over the manner of their death. But as things stand, I wholeheartedly agree with the noble Baroness Lady Smith. This bill is not fit for purpose.
My lords, I can beat the noble Baroness of Bolton by 2 years, I think. It was in 2004 that I was appointed a member of the Select Committee of this House to investigate the bill brought forward by the noble and much missed Lord Joffe. My lords, since then, since that bill, that committee had an extensive programme of work. It travelled, not as far as it would have to travel today to see all the jurisdictions where there is legislation in place, but we travelled, we saw Dignitas, we took many evidence sessions, and listening to the debate today, I just wondered how many members of your Lordship House had actually read that report and seen how these issues come up again and again. And of course, there have been other bills, other debates, more in this House actually than the other place. And there have been many reports, most notably, I think, the Select Committee of the other place on the health and social care. So we've had a lot more evidence. We've looked at different ways of approaching it. What we haven't resolved, of course, is the issue of principle that divides many people in this House. But it seems to me, I had a wry smile when the noble Lord Hales Canvassavers said we shouldn't rush into this. 21 years, I'm getting near to retirement, you know, I would like to see some progress made. And I think we have to recognise that other jurisdictions have made progress, that there have been advances in palliative care, and of course, I support that. But I do have to say to the noble Lord McCall, however advanced palliative care is, it does not help everybody. I am still haunted by the last conversation I had last year with someone very close to me who was dying with a London teaching hospital who had cared for him for many years with wonderful palliative care. The last things he said to me were, every night I go to sleep, I pray that I won't wake up. My lords, in our visit to Oregon, one of the things that struck me most, that was new to me, was to learn how many people asked for a prescription for the drugs to end their life, but didn't actually use them. It was around 40% then. I think that's been a pretty constant figure, and it's been replicated in other jurisdictions. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, said absolutely rightly that if we change the law, it will affect more people than the 1% who have an assisted death. But I think that's a good thing. I think that would give tremendous comfort and courage to many people with terminal diseases, knowing that if the worst comes to the worst, if palliative care can't help them, that there is an option that they could choose to take. I think that would be a good and a compassionate thing, not just for the 1%, but for many more of us.
My Lords, when I spoke at the second reading debate of the Assisted Dying Bill in 2021, I expressed grave concern about hidden persuasion being used by family members encouraging loved ones to take their own lives. This means that by words or conduct, a patient is made to feel guilty that they continue to live, that they are a burden and expense on the family, that it would be better for everyone if they were no more. This new bill fails effectively to address this issue. Yes, it outlaws coercion, but doesn't deal at all with the issue of hidden persuasion. In the earlier bill, a High Court judge would have been required to confirm the patient's eligibility for assisted dying. Those involved could be questioned and the process tested. The role of the judge is now to be taken by a panel comprising a legal member, psychiatrist and social worker. But the lawyer's view could be ignored as decisions are by majority vote. My Lords, removing proper judicial scrutiny is a most worrying development. There is no requirement in this bill that the patient must be known to the two doctors who are required to be involved, and the patient will certainly not be known to the panel. So determining capacity and intention will be extremely difficult. Inevitably, the patient will be in a vulnerable state. They may be distressed that their family is inconvenienced by having to visit, sometimes coming from afar. For those in a care home, there may be a concern about the substantial cost being incurred, eating into future inheritance. Nobody outside the visiting family will know what pressure has been put on the patients. How can we ever be sure that there has not been abuse? Further, the bill expressly provides in section 38 that a death by self-administration does not constitute an unnatural death, so there will be no inquest unless a senior coroner has reason to suspect that the deceased died an unnatural death. No guidance is offered as to what might persuade the coroner to undertake such an investigation. I have a further major concern about this bill, which is that far from ending the debate about assisted dying, it's the beginning of a far bigger debate, touched on, my lords, by some of you this afternoon. The replacement of judicial scrutiny by the proposed panel is a warning that safeguards risk being abandoned. Have no doubts, if this bill becomes law, this is the slippery slope to further change, with calls for us to introduce euthanasia, which has been the experience of other countries. Euthanasia is now accepted in Belgium, Netherlands, Canada, and the state of Oregon, and in some places, patients have been euthanized for psychiatric conditions, including depression. Indeed, the Netherlands has proposed extending the law to elderly people with completed lives. There is already pressure to extend this bill, some suggesting that doctors should be able to administer the drug, not simply assist when the patient is too ill to take it themselves. My lord, is this what we want? I certainly do not. This bill outlines a complicated process before a patient will be permitted to receive assistance in dying. The bill is silent as to how this is to be done. I am concerned, my lords, that none of this has been sufficiently thought through. I do not believe that our present medical staff can cope with assisted death, in addition to the very valuable work they now do, so something different is needed. The NHS is finding it hard enough coping with the patients who want to live, let alone those who want to die. One possibility is that ministers might create mobile assisted death units, making the option of choosing death far easier for vulnerable patients to accept, because all the problems of the process will be managed by professionals who know the system, know what is required, provide the 2 doctors that are needed, liaise with the panel, and assist patients with all the administration and form filling. Frankly, this risks a further means of subtle coercion. My lords, I have only touched on some of the concerns I have about this bill. It is a thoroughly bad measure and should be rejected. Nobody wants patients to suffer a painful death, but assisting an early death is not the answer. If this measure is approved and the government has to make it work, the cost and administration involved will be colossal. It would be far better spending this money and putting our efforts into improving the palliative care that we offer.
Thank you. We've heard a variety of opinions, and I wish to express mine on what I believe is a vital issue, that of life and death. As a gospel minister, I have been present at the sick and dying beds of so many of my fellow travellers to eternity. It can be a difficult and heartbreaking experience for the individual and for their loved ones. But my Lord, sickness is a reality for us all at some time in our lives, and death is inevitable. We all must needs die. Death passes no dwelling, whether the occupant be rich or poor. It's a great leveller. In my contribution today, first of all, I wish to thank those that sent me their numerous letters, emails from deeply concerned individuals, health professionals and organisations expressing various viewpoints. But we in this House must make a decision about the legislation that has been presented to us today. I unashamedly state that I believe that human beings are unique among God's creatures in being made in the image of God. When our first parents rebelled against the revealed will of God, they chose their own way, and nothing has changed. For the accepted opinion of society today is, it's my body, it's my life, and nobody can and should tell me what to do. As in the book of Judges, every man did that which is right in his own eyes. And I know that philosophy is very popular today. My Lords, not one of us decided when we would be born. And the cardinal question is, have we the right to decide when we should die? Again, the Word of God says, it is appointed unto men once to die, not appointed by them. We live in a secular society that has pushed God out of its reckonings, and it wanders on aimlessly and hopelessly, seeing little reason or meaning in life itself. Now, each of us can mention individual harrowing cases of the severe struggles endured in life and the pain of death suffered by our fellow human beings. Some conclude that the answer to these stories of human suffering is to assist the person to end their life, rather than improve the management of the end of life. My Lords, this bill makes it a legal right for patients to access assisted dying, but does not mandate a comparable right to be able to access other end-of-life services. We are aware that patients with a diagnosis of a terminal illness are very vulnerable and weak, and elderly people are at serious risk of coercion and left to feel that they are only a burden to their families. I've heard that so many times in my ministry. Also, estimating how long a patient will survive is at best very difficult, even for specialists. And I know of patients being given a 3 or 6 month prognosis who are actually still alive today 3 years later, enjoying life, making cherished memories with their loved ones. Were they to act on a similar prognosis using this bill, that decision would be fatal and final. The legislation before us is called the Terminal Ill Adult End-of-Life Bill, but in reality it is assisted suicide. Euthanasia is killing, and in most countries killing another person is considered murder, even if the intention is to ease the pain or even if the person has a terminal illness. Giving one category of sick people a legal right to exercise autonomy by killing themselves logically opens the door and creates the legal conditions for expanding it to others. Indeed, the expansion has been already applauded by some of the groups that are supporting this bill. It was only last Wednesday that we marked World Suicide Prevention Day. Today we're debating a bill that creates an exception. One day we tell them, don't give up, but at the same time we make legislation to allow the NHS to give drugs to make people end their lives. Some years ago, Parliament rejected capital punishment on the basis that if one innocent life was taken, it would be one too many. I ask today, how many innocent elderly or sick people will die through this legislation if it's enacted? I have no doubt that the number will be great, and I strenuously oppose this bill.
My Lords, I'm one of the 2 survivors of the Committee on Medical Ethics, which reported in 1994 consequent on the case of Anthony Bland. Since then, my views have changed, assisted by the report of the Nuffield Council on Bioethics. While some arguments for and against the bill are finely balanced, it now seems to me that the balance comes down in its favour, and I support it. The status quo is unacceptable. At present, it is possible, irrationally, to refuse life-saving treatment, but not possible to pursue an independent, rational request for life-ending treatment. At present, the law allows suicide, but can criminalise any compassionate loved ones from whom the person may want or need help. The law cannot be left as it is, discriminating in favour of those who still have the physical ability and finance to travel abroad unaided, while allowing other unregulated, covert and sometimes drastic practices to continue. Opponents of the bill really must consider how much of the existing status quo they wish to continue. I do not accept the more extreme objections to the bill. It is indeed not rushed legislation. The topic has been extensively considered in and out of Parliament for years. Ironically, the first bill rejected by this House in 1936 is said to have failed because the safeguards were too cumbersome. I do not accept speculative, overstated, slippery slope arguments. Good legislation can and should provide firm footholds on any perceived slope through unambiguous drafting, clear and specific safeguards and guidelines, including active oversight, and proper exploration of realistic alternative medical options, including palliative care. Parliament can and should retain control of the focus and clear confines of the new law, and the courts and government can be expected to make clear that any further permitted extension of such law should be for Parliament and require primary legislation. The risk and sources of possible improper pressure by unscrupulous partners or relatives can be discerned and addressed by appropriate regulation and procedures, and by informed assessment of the family structure and dynamics and of financial implications. The proposed multidisciplinary panel should have an inquisitorial approach to collect and test the necessary evidence and, where necessary, make factual decisions. Further consideration should be given to requiring earlier notification to family and carers and encouraging their participation if wanted, and requiring disclosure of testamentary arrangements. I would like to see a wider role for the independent advocate, authoritative guidance for vital assessment of capacity, and possible protection of anonymity. This bill was improved in another place. It can be further improved here. Finally, I would suggest that perhaps the worst possible outcome would be differing laws in different jurisdictional parts of the British Isles.
My Lords, I declare my interests as Chair of Team Domenica and Patron of the Acorn Children's Hospices. In 2018, along with 2 other mothers of young adults with learning disabilities, I took a test case to the High Court to challenge the way in which the Mental Capacity Act was being interpreted for this cohort. Essentially, what it meant that authorities had no obligation to consult us as parents on so-called best interest decisions for our children, because they were chronologically adults and therefore, in the eyes of the law, deemed to have capacity. The High Court judgment, although sympathetic to our case, did not radically change anything, and it is still extremely difficult for parents to become welfare deputies of their own children. I recall this to draw your Lordship's attention to a particularly disturbing aspect of this bill, that someone such as my daughter who has Down syndrome could be advised by a doctor who she may never have met that she should consider it would be best to have her life ended because she was deemed to have a terminal condition. Not only that, but the bill specifically excludes any obligation to discuss this with us, her parents, or other family members. I can only imagine the fear and terror that would go through my daughter and a total lack of comprehension. Yes, she is capable of making decisions, what to wear, what to eat, what to watch on Netflix. But when it comes to something more abstract, she is, at best, extremely confused. Also, like many with Down syndrome, she is highly suggestible. She is anxious to please those who she perceives to be in authority. I can clearly see where the danger lies. It is regrettable that the other place did not find the time to discuss the amendment put down by my honourable friend Damien Hines, which would have excluded any person with a learning disability from initial discussions about being given a fatal dose, unless they themselves had raised it. I do not mean to cast aspersions on the medical profession. We have wonderful examples of it in this House. But there is a tendency within it to regard those living with learning disabilities as suffering. And we saw this clearly in COVID, with the do not resuscitate notices at the end of their hospital beds. People with Down syndrome, for example, do not suffer. They do not have a disease. Nor do I question the good intentions or the compassion of those who promoted this legislation. But I was startled to see in a pamphlet that was circulated to all members of this House by the campaigning book My Death, My Decision, a paragraph urging us not to contemplate any amendment which would, and I quote, encourage interference from family members. What a strange view of the very nature of what a family is. I will certainly be putting down such an amendment. I urge the House to consider, when voting on this bill, the most vulnerable among us. A coalition of more than 350 disability organisations have expressed their opposition to this bill. For parents who have spent lifetimes fighting for their children to now worry about them being disposed of by lethal potions is inhuman and devastatingly cruel.
My Lords, it's a privilege to be able to take part in a debate such as this one, and even if I disagree with some of the views that have been put forward, I do fully respect the sincerity with which they have been put forward. My Lords, I'd like to pay a tribute to Kim Ledbetter. I think she's done a tremendous job. You know, with the tenacity, the sensitivity, the campaigning fervour, I think she deserves a lot of respect, even if one does not agree with her views. I do. And I've always felt that I could not vote against a measure which I would... I've always felt that I cannot deny to others something that I would want for myself. And I would certainly want to avail myself of the bill if my health had reached the position when I qualified for it. My Lords, the present position is surely unsafe, cruel and unworkable. And those members of this House who don't want the bill under any circumstances, I think are obliged to say, what is it? What is it that you have to offer? Or do we simply keep the status quo going as it is? People who've got the money to go to Switzerland, there are no safeguards at all. Yeah. They can just go. Provided they've got the money, off they go. And at least here we have a bill with numerous safeguards. Public opinion is very much on the side of this bill. All the surveys show that the public want to be able to have a choice. And it's we, the politicians, are in danger of being out of step with the public. My Lords, we've had the question of Oregon, the experience of Oregon put before us. Well, my understanding is, as I think Noble Baroness Heyman said, my understanding is that people who get palliative care in Oregon also have the right, if they want, to finish their lives, if they qualify under the legislation. And yet, because they can do it at any time, because they're in control, they often don't use it at all. It's a sign that people want some control over their destinies. My Lords, the bill had extensive coverage in the Commons, and I think we have to be very careful before we challenge an elected House that has been through such long processes of debate and consideration of this particular measure. I think it would be a regrettable step if we were actually to block something by procedural means rather than by the principles which are there for us to scrutinise legislation. I think the bill in the Commons had received more scrutiny than virtually any other piece of legislation in the world. And it was very, very clear that the Commons in the end were in favour of it. People have talked about pressure. There's also the possibility of pressure the other way. There might be an individual who wants to take advantage of the bill and whose family won't let him or her. So the pressure can work in both directions, and I think what we need is adequate safeguards. I wonder if I could just finish by describing an experience. We've all had personal testimonies. Some years ago, there was a similar attempt to pass legislation in this House. A friend of mine was very ill with motor neurone, and I used to see him quite often. But on one particular occasion, he was anxious through his family to say, could I be there, and he wanted to talk to me. I got there, his wife and children were there, and at that point all he could do was tap out on a keyboard, which on my next visit he couldn't even do that. But he was in a pretty bad way. But the purpose of my visit there, or his intention in visiting him, was that he wanted my views on the bill going through, similar to this one. And he wanted me to give a promise that I would support such legislation. I gave him that promise.
My Lords, I want to address 2 points. When you read the debates in the other place, you immediately see a strong focus by proponents of the bill on the pain and suffering of the terminally ill individual in the period leading to death. That distress and suffering also impacts the lives of the family and friends of the individual. This point has been made by other noble lords and was pressed by the noble and learned Lord Falconer in his opening remarks. The curiosity is that when we examine the conditions or safeguards designed to ensure, so far as possible, the integrity of the process devised for ending a life prematurely, there is a striking omission from the drafting. Specifically, no condition has been inserted to the effect that the patient should, still less must, be suffering pain or anguish of the kind which has been emphasized. My Lords, this looks like a mismatch or a non sequitur. It is a convenient and emotionally appealing argument for those who propound this dramatic change in our law to stress the suffering of the patient. We all hate the idea of our nearest and dearest having to live with excruciating pain. But for some reason, the bill does not make the existence of that pain one of the conditions that needs to be satisfied before assisted death would be legally permissible. Perhaps the noble Lord Falconer will be able to and will enlighten the House with an explanation for the non sequitur. Alternatively, he may be supportive of a suitable amendment to deal with the point. We shall hear his view when he winds up, and I think that the noble Lord Lamont made a similar point when he made his remarks a little earlier. The other point I want to draw attention to is that the conditions identified in the bill are, in my view, quite inadequate to cope with coercion, by which I mean family or social pressure put on the patient, which impacts or undermines what should genuinely be the free choice of the patient. Where money is involved, people have been known to misbehave and to do so badly. I think Lord Dobbs took a different view in the course of his remarks, of which I must say I profoundly disagree. The point is neatly, if rather crudely, captured by the expression, where there's a will, there's a relative. Google attributes this remark to the comedian Ricky Gervais, but it is, I think, a serious point. At first blush, the proposed safeguard, the requirement for an opinion of the attending doctor, plus that of an additional independent doctor, supported by a panel which includes a lawyer. Why lawyers are said to have any special capacity, I just don't begin to understand. But my Lords, I ask this, what does any of this mean in practice? I'm afraid that years as a lawyer may have made me a bit cynical. In particular, the reference to the involvement of the panel, including a lawyer, looks like a piece of window dressing. If two reputable doctors are both in agreement, it is impossible to see what useful function the panel can perform. The panel cannot gainsay the joint view of the medical practitioners. They are the experts. By parity of reasoning, it is obvious that if the two doctors have not agreed, the case will never get to the panel. Now, unsurprisingly, it's not suggested that the panel should have the power to summon witnesses. or to satisfy themselves whether the patient has been coerced or encouraged in the direction of suicide. I would add, as must be obvious, that coercion can be a thing of great subtlety. Even in court, where the validity of a will is debated, with all the panoply of documentary disclosure, witness statements and cross-examination, the truth may never emerge. None of these courtroom safeguards are contemplated by the bill. The reference to the requirement of a panel to approve the bill, in my view, is just a fig leaf calculated to cover the doubters. On analysis, it provides no comfort at all. The safeguards in the bill with respect to coercion, I think, are inadequate, and I'm not convinced they can be satisfactorily improved.
My Lords, I feel truly humbled by the debate so far, and indeed the many people who wrote to me, and I thank them for doing so. I feel certain that the nation is looking to us here today, in this House, to deliver on this final liberty, that of being able to decide how in certain specific circumstances one leaves this world. I know that there are rightly concerns about the bill, and how in practice the prospect of giving people this right will operate, and I do not take this lightly. Obvious and reasonable objections have been well raised today, and these concerns must be answered by the body politic. We must be aware that people may feel pushed to end their life early, as we've just heard, that vulnerable people must be protected, and I'm always sceptical as to how the state can be genuinely compassionate. Safeguarding, well-being, and other such nomenclature is often simply a mechanism to protect institutions and facades behind which officials hide. These are not technicalities. We should also not use this, as has been well raised, as an excuse to reduce funding for palliative and end-of-life care. For this to be right and proper, it must indeed be a genuine choice and not a false one. However, in reality, this bill is more about decriminalising those who help me with a choice that I want to make, as much as it is giving me that choice in the first place. As Lord Dubbs has just so eloquently said, we already have that choice, but it is absurdly complex and solitary, and those who love us are removed from the process. This bill changes that. It allows us to have access to proper care in this country. It enables us to have real dignity in our departure, and it ends these, in my view, absurd situations we currently endure, where a spouse is arrested, potentially at Heathrow, having taken their partner to Dignitas. The fact is, this is happening today already in the worst possible way, and this bill, with however many issues it contains, is at least fundamentally better than the situation we currently suffer. To this end, we must in this House not let the complexities defeat us. We should not use the technical needs of regulation as a block on the principle. I, who dislike fundamentally all forms of regulation, actually in this instance support proper clarity for doctors and structure for families around this urgent need. We should be more fearful of failing to deliver this freedom than of the risks that the freedom of choice may entail, because with freedom always comes risks. It behoves us to use all our talents to find a way to deliver on this last and final right of our citizens. Now, I am an optimist. Legislation can be revised and reviewed. Secretaries of State can take common sense decisions, it is true. And the medical and other professions can pride themselves on really owning the process over which they have control. This is all possible. People often ask, what is the House of Lords for? And I say it is precisely for situations like today, where we focus on solving complex and highly sensitive problems with a single goal in mind, which is to allow people to live their lives as they want, free from pain and suffering, from the moment they are born to the very end. And I look forward to working through this bill with that single objective in my mind.
I was explaining to a group of people last night what the virtues were of speaking in your Lordship's House and of being in the debate. And I, somewhat controversially perhaps for a former member of the other House, found myself saying that the advantage of having no constituents is that you can look at the evidence and listen to the arguments. And I find myself actually in awe of the depth and quality of evidence assessed and arguments made today, and of the listening. Now, I intend to use the prism of eating disorders as a way of examining some of the arguments that have not yet been made, because I'm going to stick to my resolution not to repeat points that have already been well made about the lack of choice when there isn't a sufficient quality of hospice care and so forth and so on. Other noble peers have made those arguments very well. If you are a young woman, and it is typically women, with an eating disorder, you may have consulted a website about how to do that better. We, in both houses, have tried our best to legislate against that provision of such websites with the Online Safety Act, and rightly so. You may not have consulted a website about how to commit suicide, but you also may have done. And again, the Online Safety Act rightly seeks to stop that from happening. Now, many of us voted for that act, and we did so thinking about what was currently legal but harmful. And I stand by that, and I'm committed to that. If you have an eating disorder, that is in fact a mental health condition, which is not covered by Clause 2, Part 2 of the current bill as it stands, because voluntary suspension of eating and drinking is not the same as an eating disorder. They are two different things, and it's important to distinguish those. I do not pretend that this is easy for anybody, and I do not pretend that it is easy to find us all in this House taking incredibly seriously the fact that if we get this bill wrong, people die who should not die at the stage they will die. Now, that's one of the reasons, I think one of my noble colleagues has already expressed, why your Lordship's House came to the view many years ago that capital punishment was wrong. I hold that same view now about this bill, and I speak with intense pain, actually, and love for those who've made eloquent and heartfelt cases to end the suffering of those who are terminally ill. I understand that, but this bill actually isn't worded so as to end suffering. It's worded so as to end life, and I think we have to draw that distinction. If it was a bill about ending suffering or alleviating suffering, then the provisions of the terminally ill adults brackets end of life close brackets bill would be about palliative care, and they are not. They are not. In the case of eating disorders, I represented a constituency where there was no specialist treatment. There was none. And unfortunately, that doesn't mean there was no specialist treatment, but there were no specialist treatment beds in hospitals when they were needed at the point when that mental illness had become life-threatening because of the physical consequences. Now, as Baroness Faulkner so truly said, treatment delayed increases the risk of a terminal end. Now, do we really want to legislate so that people who cannot get treatment then become terminally ill and seek assisted dying as the route out of that? Is that what we want to do? Because we are, my lords, we are in danger in your Lordship's House of doing just that. And I don't think that's what the intention is by my noble friend Lord Falconer, by my friend, much-loved Kim Leadbeater, or anybody else who's in favour of assisted dying. I don't think that's the intention. But that is where we're going to end up. I'm not in favour of assisted dying for a complex set of reasons, but actually I'm not here to speak against the principle. I'm here to speak against the bill because we are legislators and that is what we are here to do. So I wish all noble peers in their thoughts over the coming weeks to consider the specific case of eating disorders and how that does not work in the context of this bill and why that matters, and then to consider that frame for other conditions which lack of treatment will exacerbate the risk of terminal illness, which was preventable. Thank you.
Yeah. My Lords, I want to stand back from this bill and call out the dangers of the wider cultural drift towards hyper-individualism it epitomises. Freedom to end life on our terms, making death accessible as a personal convenience, desacralises and cheapens death, life and humanity itself. Professor Lewis Appleby, Advisory Group Chair of our National Suicide Prevention Strategy, warns that our socially remarkable consensus that it is right to try to prevent all suicides will be radically altered. He also said the phrase assisted suicide should not be considered offensive. At the time of the second reading in the Commons, two of my friends who were suffering terminal conditions, one has since died, both followed the debate and news coverage and told me that the subject's very airing made them feel that they were a burden to their loved ones. Assisted dying is the latest blatant promotion of personal autonomy over any obligations we owe to each other as members of a shared society and over reverence for life itself. It flouts the important do no harm principle underlying classical liberalism, as well as immediate harms to the disabled, those who fear becoming a burden, and those vulnerable to coercion. There are long-term harms to this bill, typical of what pollster James Canagasorian calls shrouded attributes of policies, costs and liabilities hidden at point of sale to the public, which inflict a later tale of pain. First, the inevitable extension to other groups beyond those catered for in this bill. International examples abound of legal creep, where mental illness, non-terminal conditions, and ever younger sufferers become eligible. Second, Canada has shown how palliative care withers, yet 2/3 of the public agree that Labour should prioritise sorting out palliative, social and end-of-life care before even thinking about assisted dying. Less than a fifth disagree. 2/3 of assisted dying supporters agree our threadbare, charitably sustained hospice movement needs strengthening first, otherwise there is no genuine choice, as we've heard already in this debate. Hospice movement founder Dame Cicely Saunders' philosophy of palliative care was, you matter because you are you, and you matter to the last moment of your life. We will do all we can, not only to help you die peacefully, but also to live until you die. Helping patients live until they die is what very many doctors want to keep offering, or offer more reliably. Fear of missing out drives calls for assisted dying. Supporters are significantly more likely than opponents to believe they will be unable to fund their own end-of-life care and that the government won't pay for it. Third, the cheapening of life and disregard for relationships which flow from outlawing physical and mental suffering, despite these being part of our universal human condition. Whilst they should, of course, be alleviated whenever possible, actively taking the escape route of death is intensely painful for many years for close family members and friends when they've had no say in the matter. When personal autonomy trumps everything, we end up, dare I say, deifying selfishness. Former Chief Rabbi, the late Lord Sachs, I think we've heard his name today already, wrote in his last book, Morality, Western society has all too often been insensitive to the dimension of time. Thinking through the long-term, unintended consequences of policy changes is imperative. Beware short-term fixes to individuals' pain, which will inflict lifelong pain on those near to them, and sow seeds of destruction into our society.
My Lords, I strongly support this bill. Overall, it is well considered. Importantly, it benefits from the experience of many other countries that started this journey well before us. In no sense, my Lords, would we be pioneers. The carefully designed process that the bill sets out should address the possible risks, for instance, severe coercion, which have reasonably been identified. We know from surveys, my Lords, that there is overwhelming public support for assisted dying. All of us have received heartrending letters pleading for the passage of this bill from individuals who have had harrowing experiences of witnessing loved ones slowly dying in extreme pain or in utterly debilitating circumstances. And this bill confers the right for such an individual facing imminent death not just to avoid intense anguish and pain and the prospect of their condition progressing intolerably, but to die at a moment of their choosing, in the circumstances of their choosing, and with dignity. I want that right, my Lords, and anyone who wants it should have it too. No doubt the bill can be further improved. The Delegated Powers Committee makes many persuasive points that we should take on board, but the explanatory notes remind us of decades of attempts to introduce assisted dying legislation which have simply failed. It is highly unlikely that any government in the foreseeable future will seize the baton. We must therefore make this bill work, then pass it. I only have one personal point of reservation which I share with others, including Lord Forsyth. Whilst I entirely see the value of a process setting out 2 independent medical assessments, 2 periods of reflection, and an independent review panel, there may be a risk, my lords, in a world of constrained resources, where it is hard these days even to see your GP, of unwelcome slippage, of a prolonged delay, perhaps in August or over the Christmas period, that intensifies suffering. Should we build into this process, on the one hand, greater certainty on the total time normally taken, on the other, some flexibility on telescoping time when circumstances demand it, particularly for those who may enter the process at a later stage? Finally, for anyone uncertain and harbouring doubts about this bill, I would strongly advise, my lords, that they watch the 1-hour discussion hosted by the Healthcare Professionals for Assisted Dying with 4 Australian practitioners working in this field. Without exception, they came over as people of enormous integrity and humanity, caring, truly dedicated to their work, and entirely convincing about the necessity and the effectiveness of a carefully considered assisted dying process. It is well worth watching, my lords, and I have no doubt whatsoever that our medical professionals who volunteer, and you have to volunteer, for a role in the assisted dying process will equally rise to the challenge. My lords, let us further improve, but then let us pass this critically important bill.
My lords, I have spent some years working to improve care and support for vulnerable people, specifically as Chief Executive of Cerebral Palsy Scotland, my involvement in Scottish Government's neurological framework, and as a previous trustee of the Neurological Alliance of Scotland. I believe all of us want to ensure compassionate care and services are available for anyone when they need it. And I believe everyone is entitled to make informed choices about their treatment, to access care that ensures they are able to live as pain-free as possible and to live with dignity. But sadly, as we have heard, for too many people, this is not the reality. Lack of access to condition-specific support, lack of access to palliative care, lack of access to social care are all reasons why the status quo doesn't work for too many people. Set in the context of clinical backlogs and constrained funding in health and social care, people will not make all their choices in a context that is equal. Here, in this chamber, we are all in the main healthy, competent, articulate, and above all, privileged people. I have been asked, would I not want an assisted death if I was unable to speak for myself, dress myself, or eat by myself? But, my lords, this is the reality every day for many disabled people. In seeking to ensure this bill leaves this place fit for purpose, we must consider assisted dying not through the lens of what we think we might want for ourselves, but rather its impact on the most vulnerable in our society. We have been told that this bill gives people choice, but which people and what choices? As it stands, this bill leaves me profoundly uncomfortable. The personal stories of people seeking choice and control over the manner of their death, or the heart-rending examples of poor care, seem to me not likely to be resolved by the provisions of this bill. I'm also concerned about the differences between this bill and the bill currently going through the Scottish Parliament, and the implications of these differences for service provision and regulation across the UK if both bills pass. I gave evidence to the lead committee scrutinising the bill on behalf of Cerebral Palsy Scotland in Holyrood, and both bills leave too many details to be agreed later. Sweeping consequential powers, such as the process for the approval of drugs or other substances and the regulation of professions, will require cooperation and coordination between 2 administrations and should, I believe, require full and transparent scrutiny in both parliaments. Where these bills use words such as terminal, progressive, or treatment, we need greater clarity on what exactly those terms mean.
Otherwise, such broad terminology and the lack of detail around the process of assisted dying will result in unintended gaps that would be challenged. I also want to seek provisions to ensure mandatory involvement of health professionals who actually know the person and are experts in the condition the person is presenting with. But there are a host of other issues that currently concern me, including greater clarity on how people will die, especially if they are unable to use their hands or ingest a substance, direction on what medical professionals are supposed to do or not do in case something goes wrong, stronger protections for conscientious objectors, and far, far greater clarity on training and reporting standards and requirements. So at the moment, my lords, the bill presents too many questions and not enough answers, and I look forward to playing my part during its passage, as it's essential that these questions are not brushed aside or dismissed, and that clear answers are provided.
My lords, the noble Baroness Lady Merron stated in this House on the 4th of September last year, and I quote, that the government's commitment is to ensure that any debate on assisted dying takes place in a broader context of access to high-quality palliative and end-of-life care. Well, here we are having that debate. Has access to palliative and end-of-life care improved so much in the last few months? The experts say not. As we've heard, but it bears repeating, the evidence shows that 100,000 people die each year in the UK with unmet palliative care needs. Fewer than 50% have input from a specialist palliative care team in their last 3 months of life. The bill sidesteps this crucial issue because, as was pointed out, I think, by the noble Lord Lamont and Lord Grabbanner, it contains no requirement that a person who is suffering a terminal illness must also be suffering intolerable pain. Under the bill, anyone given a prognosis of 6 or fewer months to live would be eligible for assistance to die, regardless of whether they're experiencing pain or not. Of course, some of these people will require palliative care in any event, but if the focus of the debate was instead on relieving intolerable pain and suffering, then it would be more apparent that we should be legislating for wider access to higher quality palliative care, not a state-assisted death regime. As the Health and Social Care Committee heard, patients in countries with assisted dying who request help to die frequently change their mind if provided with proper palliative care. For example, evidence from Oregon showed that 46% of patients who received substantive palliative care changed their minds about an assisted death, compared with just 15% who did not receive such palliative care. Yet the bill does not require that a person receive palliative care before electing an assisted death, merely that they be given the opportunity to discuss it. There is therefore a strong case for the huge sums which would be spent on state-assisted deaths to be spent instead on improving access to specialist palliative care. Yet the intention seems to be quite the opposite. The impact statement sets out the tens of millions of pounds currently spent on care, state pensions and benefits which would be saved if this bill were enacted. Is this really a relevant consideration? If so, I suggest we need to re-examine our priorities here. We should be encouraging those who are ill, depressed or struggling in any way to believe that life is a precious gift and worth living. We should be treating them as individuals who never cease to be important, even in frailty or decline, and that they deserve to have a dignified life in all its seasons by being cared for to the end, with the state meeting the full costs of that. My lords, in speaking on this bill, each of us will individually have searched our consciences, and that is exactly how it should be. In searching mine and taking the line I have been guided by my Christian beliefs on life and on how life comes to an end.
My Lords, the measure before us represents the possibility of the greatest alleviation of pain and suffering in this country since Sir Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin 97 years ago. It's no criticism of our excellent hospice movement to point out that no amount of resources given to palliative care can alter the ultimate result or abolish the fearful pain and indignity that terminally ill people have to go through unless they take so many painkillers that they become prey to weird delusions, essentially becoming different people to those their loved ones know. Families gathered around deathbeds are presently denied the right to help to end their loved one's suffering because of the so-called sanctity of life, even when that life has lost any possible meaning. Hamlet wishes in his first soliloquy that the everlasting had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. But the commandment, thou shalt not kill, can be suspended in exceptional circumstances, such as in wartime, and so it should be in the case of the horrendous pain of an irreversible slow death. Wanting to avoid it, such excruciating pain, is not selfish, it's a human right. Going back further in history, beyond Augustine of Hippo and Thomas Aquinas, the theologians who proscribed suicide, the ancient Greeks and Romans recognized there was nothing ignoble in it if the alternative is far worse. It should be up to the individual, along with their doctor and family, protected by robust safeguards and oversight mechanisms, but not up to the state or the church to decide whether he or she wants to escape pain and suffering in their final days. The autonomy to die on one's own terms, not on those imposed by others, should not be denied any longer. The defenders of the status quo have been talking about this being the thin end of the wedge, but, my lords, there's hardly any legislation we consider here that can't be seen as the thin end of some wedge or another. The idea that Britain is going to turn into some kind of a hecatomb of grannies, being killed off by families eager for bequests, is ludicrous, and this bill has safeguards against it anyhow. This is not about the disabled, or about the mentally ill, or about those with eating disorders. Future generations will consider us monsters for stopping people from shortening their death agonies if they wish to, especially as the majority of the population and of the elected House support this bill. People will rightly condemn this House if we refuse a person in desperate pain with only 6 months to live the right to choose the time and method of their death. We spend a good deal of time criticising our ancestors for their antediluvian views on race, sex and class, but those people who come after us will stand aghast that we allowed some of our old people to die in pain akin to torture rather than simply overturn a medieval and sadistic practice.
My Lords, I apologise for giving you 3 very personal examples. When I was in my late 20s, we had a baby son who died, and I almost died giving birth to him. For a few short hours, it looked, while our lives held in the balance, it looked as if choices would have to be made. In fact, this wasn't the case. There was nothing to decide. But the whole experience gave me a much deeper understanding of where law and medical ethics collide. I learnt that to be kind, law must be very clear. And I was able to use this in my later practice in coronial law and, for example, in representing the government in some very high-profile cases on this issue. Secondly, my point is that death within the law can be, and indeed usually is, as the Bishop of London said, very good. My parents' deaths are examples of this. My mother's 6 years ago, my father's 12 days ago, were assisted by excellent palliative care. Drugs were able to help my parents to breathe and ensure that their pain could be managed at the last. These were good deaths, but my concern is that doctors need to be empowered to be frank and to be honest and to provide holistic care for the person that they're caring for. One of the best things we did for Dad was to go round his body disconnecting some of the bleeping machines and some of the syringes that were in him and ask, why do you need that? What's that for? You know that he's dying. Let's take it away. And those on my side of this debate must be honest as well. There are a small group of illnesses for which a peaceful death is not a likely outcome. And we need to focus our efforts collectively on these and on managing these and on managing the law to support these being better deaths. My third concern is that the ill are very vulnerable. I've recently been diagnosed with aggressive cancer and my treatment starts this week. My prognosis is excellent. I have every advantage. I have a strong faith, I have a loving family, I have an interesting workplace and good colleagues and a supportive community and enough money and underlying good health and indeed excellent treatment, I should say. But there have been some very low moments in the past few weeks when I've realised the burden I am to my family, who are currently arguing who should take next week off to look after me. And also my concerns about watching me suffer, as well, of course, as my own fear, frankly, of pain and loss of control. I watched that final debate in the Commons, and what struck me was that woman after woman, ethnic minority after ethnic minority, disabled people, stood up and said, this bill is not good enough for my vulnerable community. My lords, please don't write me letters and messages. I'm drowning in kindness. Instead, I ask you to think hard about me with all my advantages feeling like a burden. Just briefly, not all the time, don't worry, I'll be back this time next year, bouncing around. But I ask you to think instead of messaging me. Think about the vulnerable and how easy it is for them to feel that their lives are not worth living.
Yeah. My lords, like others, I'd like to thank the many people on both sides of the debate who've written to me, sharing views and deeply personal stories. For the sake of transparency, I'll say that on a personal level, I'm supportive of the principle of assisted dying in very narrowly defined circumstances. However, I'm deeply concerned about this bill as it stands and do not consider it to be either safe or deliverable, and I'll focus on just one aspect. As part of the consent process, the bill requires 3 different doctors, the one undertaking the preliminary discussion, the coordinating doctor and the independent doctor, to discuss the primary diagnosis, prognosis and treatment options, as well as palliative care options, including symptom management. The latter 2 doctors must also assess for coercion, domestic abuse and capacity, as well as discussing the assisted dying process. Now, I believe I'm the most recently retired medic in this House, having given up my licence to practice last month. And throughout my recent review, I've devoted much time and discussions to thinking about meaningful, informed consent. Now, back in the day, when I was a junior houseman, we were expected to take consent without knowing much about the relevant procedure or how to adequately answer patients' questions. And we've come a long way since then. Options are explained to patients firsthand by clinicians who are specialists in the topic they're discussing, because it's impossible for other doctors to be up to date with the rapidly evolving range of treatments. Now, you may assume that in the case of those seeking assisted dying, this has already been done by the treating doctor. But when someone imparts a serious diagnosis, you often blank out everything that's said thereafter and may be fearful of asking additional questions. We know nothing about the background and qualifications of the 3 doctors who are expected to fill this potential gap. The latter 2 are at least supposed to be able to examine the patient's medical records and speak to treating professionals. However, written records are rarely adequate as a basis for such discussion, and there are major complexities in doctors external to an organisation accessing electronic records. Furthermore, the treating doctor may not be available in a timely way. And as for advising on palliative care options, the only professionals who can explain the full range of symptom control measures are palliative care consultants. In other words, the coordinating and independent doctors are being asked to take on two wholly different roles. The first is to substitute for a full multidisciplinary assessment involving the team managing the primary diagnosis, a palliative care specialist, and in some circumstances a psychiatrist and social worker. And I would submit that such an MDT assessment should be a core NHS function. It should identify the patient's main concerns and fears and share information about possible options, ideally in a family context. This should happen up front before discussions about an assisted death rather than at the end of the process when it's far too late to generate a trusting relationship. The second role is the process of consenting to assisted dying, which should be considered separately once other options have been discussed and rejected. And for the reasons that Lord Lamont said, I believe this should be through a service external to the NHS. Now, I've worked in MDTs throughout my career, and what is key is respecting the unique skills of colleagues and listening to their views. So I formed my views on this topic not just on the basis of my experience, but in large part by listening to organisations representing key professionals, GPs, psychiatrists, palliative care consultants and physicians. So I'd strongly encourage noble lords to take their views very seriously in further deliberations, and for that reason I will be supporting Baroness Burge's amendment.
Others have referred to the report of the Delegated Powers Committee into this bill. I am a member of that committee, although I should emphasise that I, of course, speak today only for myself personally and not for the committee collectively. Indeed, my lords, I have no idea whether most members of the committee share my view that assisted dying is deeply problematic in principle. But, as has been made clear, we unanimously concluded that this bill is flawed in practice. Our report made, by my count, 13 main recommendations, covering such vital matters as the investigation of deaths, approved substances, the prohibition of advertising, and perhaps above all, voluntary assisted services. In other words, the relationship between what this bill proposes and how the NHS will dispose if the bill comes into effect. I quote from the report. There are several themes running through the issues that we draw to the House's attention. Some delegated powers have very limited provision on the face of the bill and leave so much to delegated legislation that there is insufficient detail or principle evident for proper parliamentary scrutiny of the underlying policy. In some cases, particularly where a substantial regulatory regime may be needed, this tendency results in skeleton legislation. There are several clauses where delegated powers can be used to do anything that an Act of Parliament can do. This is a highly inappropriate formulation that gives sweeping, unspecified and unjustified powers to the government while removing Parliament's scrutiny role for a provision that should be in primary legislation and replacing it with a considerably more limited role of scrutinising delegated legislation. Now, noble lords will have perceived that the main question the committee was tasked with answering was not what does the bill seek to do, but how does it seek to do it? Can I suggest that this is the key question, not just for the committee, but for the whole House, which, for better or worse, my lords, tends to scrutinise legislation more exactingly than is sometimes the case in the other place? And if the answer to the question how is inadequately, a further question then arises, namely, how could the bill be made adequate? Indeed, can it be made adequate at all? Now, I intend, as many other noble lords intend, to table amendments at committee and report, some of which will seek to effect the recommendations of our report. However, I cannot see how this bill can be made adequate, no matter to what degree it is amended. For as Jill Rutter and Hannah White of the Institute of Government have noted, this private member's bill carries matters more weighty, profound and complex than it can properly bear, whatever the degree of government involvement and support. They write, a key problem with using this route to legislate is the lack of pre-legislative stages. Legislation on an issue like assisted dying would have benefited enormously from a more thorough preparation phase. A well-led review involving many of the people on both sides of the argument with a mandate to engage the public, could have addressed the whole range of issues that MPs are now trying to navigate. And I should add, my Lords, that this view was also backed up by the Constitution Committee, which has echoed many of the criticisms of the committee that I have the privilege of sitting on. I end with perhaps the most crucial criticism of the bill in the committee's report. It surely cannot be right that a matter so vital as the relationship between assisted dying services and the NHS is left to ministers to propose by regulation. I ask noble Lords to consider whether a bill that contains such a proposal can possibly be fit for purpose.
Yeah. My Lords, we've had several references in the debate so far to a settled public view that the public is in favour of this legislation. I may now briefly revert to a previous existence as a Member of Parliament who took part in the 2015 private members' legislation on assisted dying. And my constituency was Birmingham Edgbaston, which had some interesting aspects, like Harborne had the highest concentrations per square mile of doctors anywhere in the country. Across the road from the constituency was the Birmingham Oratory with very strong Catholic views. As the debate was coming up, I thought I'd do something very unusual for a politician, an elected politician, because if you're elected, your voters only want to hear your certainties. They never want you to go out and say, no, I really don't know what I think about this, could you help me? So I organised 3 public meetings. One was organised by the Birmingham Medical Society and was largely attended by members of the medical profession. The other one was organised by St John's Church in Harborne and brought in all the faith groups. And the third one was a public open meeting to all my constituents, or anybody nearby who wanted to come. And the format for all 3 meetings was the same. I had a lawyer there who would explain what the bill was about, and I said, I'm going to make up my own mind, by the way. You're not going to mandate me how I'm going to vote, but I really want to test my views and hear what you have to say. And the outcome was very, very surprising. The one group which was almost unified in its view were the doctors. And in that, the legislation was what happens if you needed to have medical assistance, and they really said, we don't think we should go there. And again, we've got very much here this argument between choices and palliative care and things. The group which was most divided, and with apologies to faith leaders in this group, actually were the churches. The churches were arguing from one end of the argument to the other. And the most thoughtful debates were the public, who essentially were making the cases for and against. And at the end of the meeting, where I said, broadly speaking, what should I do? One of them got up and said, you've got a really tough job on your hands, love. Just try and do your best. And I'm explaining this because I think we should be very careful when you have the kind of public opinions where, of course, if you have a survey which says, do you want to reduce pain? Of course you say, yes, you want to reduce pain. But as so many speakers here have said, it is about palliative care, it is about where the money goes, the consequences of that. And I don't think we have really considered them. The other thing which I really want to specifically address is about personal autonomy. Can I just say, to make choices for the few and assume that that will not have implications for society as a whole is deeply, deeply misguided. The essence of society is the collective of the individuals. And if we make something acceptable, we can permit it as when we stop criminalizing suicide. But to make it suddenly an option, I think is problematic. And I want to finish with something which Baroness Debonair started to address. And I want to quote Brunowski, who in one of the episodes towards the end of Ascent of Mensa said, "Science is a very human form of knowledge. Each judgment in science stands on the edge of error and is personal. In the end," he quoted words by Oliver Cromwell, "I beseech you in the bowels of Christ, think it possible you may be mistaken." And what Baroness Debonair also reminded us, that this is one of those occasions where if we are mistaken, we cannot reverse it.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow Noble Baroness Stewart, who makes a very good point on public opinion. I am persuaded that one of the reasons why this bill should pass is that the public broadly do support it. But they support it only if it works. And if it doesn't work, and if it doesn't deliver what it's promised, then the public will be extremely sceptical and angry that we've allowed this to happen. And in this matter, I have some concerns on the fundamental workability of aspects of the bill. And in this, I'm going to be invoking my noble friend, Lord Goodman, and the noble Baroness Cass. This bill creates a vast laundry list of new responsibilities without, I think, the clarity and consensus on execution that such a bill requires. And I convened a meeting of frontline clinicians earlier downstairs in the Attlee room on Tuesday to listen to some of these concerns. And the feedback echoed what we've been hearing from medics time and time again. Testing for capacity, which a number of noble lords have alluded to, the criteria remains contested. The signing off on medicines, the process is extremely unclear. Huge palliative care expectations, which are totally unfunded, which noble Lord Stevens referred to. Expert panels consuming vast amounts of very, very senior professional time, particularly psychiatrists. My lords, we don't have that many psychiatrists in this country. If they spend all their time on these panels, then I'm afraid to say the rest of us won't get any support at all. Ambiguous doctor roles, including in the presence of death. The 6-month prognosis judgments, again, not a very clear methodology. Very, very importantly, provisions for what I'd call the non-NHS sector, completely unstructured and left to civil servants and to secondary legislation. My lords, this leads to what the noble Lord Carker very acutely termed over-protocolization. And I think what he meant by that was the sort of bureaucratic complexity without clinical clarity that blows up the intimacy that is needed for the best medical care without actually managing down the risks of something going wrong. My lords, I know from my time as a minister that confusion in the business of health, and in that matter in the business of death, very quickly wastes vast amounts of resources, it breeds litigation, and it costs lives. So who will be defending these court challenges? The DHSC's already stretched legal teams? Who will be paying compensation if things go wrong? NHS resolution that already has a £60 billion liability bill. My lords, sloppy legislation costs an absolute fortune in the business of health. My lords, when we consider IVF, which is different but has some of the same considerations, we had very rigorous preparation. We had a Royal Commission, detailed legislation twice, robust regulation, private sector delivery. Instead, we have here what my noble friend Baroness Murphy called unwieldy and unworkable bill. And I'm sorry to say that I am concerned that the Commissioner, in particular, is a role that needs to be clarified. There's no private sector regulatory capability, and there are large, sweeping Henry VIII clauses. And in particular, I draw noble lords' attention to the very, very important clause 40, which is particularly weak. The Constitution Committee demanded that greater detail on the face of the bill regarding intended guidance and direction on this clause is necessary, and I fully support that. My lords, the principle of this bill is a very, very important one. It does have the support of our public, but without substantial clarification and reform, this act could devastate the NHS and our healthcare system. We must address its fundamental flaws, or this legislation should take pause before irreparably damaging our health system.
My lords, I do think we face a tragic dilemma. On the one hand, advocates for the disabled and several royal colleges voice persistent concerns about the risks of abuse that this bill's legalisation of assisted suicide would create. On the other hand, as we've heard, are dreadful cases of individuals suffering grievously, where those who help them find relief through suicide must endure police investigation. This intolerable situation, we're told, would be solved
by the bill before us. Except, my lords, it wouldn't. By limiting assisted suicide to the terminally ill, this bill excludes those who are not dying but are still suffering grievously. So anyone supporting this bill who intends that terminal illness should remain a prerequisite of eligibility accepts that some people, tragically, have to suffer, and others have to endure police investigation, because the social dangers of wider access are just too great. But, my lords, if this bill, despite its tragic imperfection and its risks, is supposed to be tolerable, how come the legal status quo, with the same tragic imperfection and fewer risks, is not? My lords, if we were serious about reducing the quantity of human suffering, we wouldn't focus on assisted suicide at all, reckoned to be chosen annually by up to 7,500 people after a decade. Instead, we'd focus on ensuring the universal provision of adequate palliative care, which, as we've been told several times already today, more than 100,000 fellow citizens every year need but do not get. And we have known that for decades and done nothing about it. Indeed, if we were to pass the present bill before ensuring that, we would create an unjust inequality of autonomies. Some, typically privileged like us, would have a choice between decent palliative care and assisted suicide. But others, poorer and less white, would have to choose between grievous suffering and killing themselves. That's why 2/3 of the more than 5,000 people polled by Focal Data last November wanted end-of-life care sorted out first before any thought is given to assisted suicide. It's also why the 2012 report of the Demos Commission on Assisted Suicide, chaired by the Noble Lord Falconer himself, stipulated as an essential condition of legalisation the universal provision of the best end-of-life care available. I refer your lordships to pages 24 and 299. My lords, compassion is a virtue, but it needs to look in more than one direction and distribute itself equitably. And compassion that takes impatient and imprudent risks with the lives of the vulnerable is no virtue at all. So, my lords, to pass this bill in the current state of palliative care provision would be, I think, unjust and imprudent, and I can't support it.
Yeah. My lords, I too would like to begin just by thanking the many people, members of the public and members of this House for the letters that I've received, as many of you have, and the power of those personal testimonies that have been brought to me. And I've particularly been struck by the handwritten letters that have been sent as well, which speaks about people's real dedication. I find this a difficult debate, not because I don't have clarity on my position, but because I actually hear the legitimacy of those in favour of the bill, the very real pain that's in people's lives. But I'm thinking about some of the key words that have floated around today when we talked about choice, fear, pain and protection. And the reality is that those things don't land equally in different people's lives. They mean different things. People have different degrees of vulnerability to them, and they have different sources. So I speak today, and I bring two areas of experience to this discussion. First, my time as mayor of my city for 8 years. And one of the reflections we had at the end is that good things can have negative consequences for some people. And that's a very real danger. One of the things we grappled with in Bristol was that there was a 10-year life expectancy difference. There was a 16-year healthy life expectancy difference. Those were people on lower incomes, born into poor backgrounds, destined to become unwell, sick, to the point of unable to work, 16 years before the wealthiest. That means that those people from those backgrounds will more likely end up in situations in which they feel the pressures towards the end of life. The second was I was the manager of race equality mental health, and Lord Simon Stevens was head of the NHS at the time, and we looked at the reality that from determinants to access to experience to outcomes, people from black and minority ethnic backgrounds were disproportionately getting the bad end of the stick in terms of our mental health services. And one of the things that we recognised was that services designed by people in positions of power are designed for people in positions of power, not for vulnerable people. If you're not one of those people, you don't have the resources to navigate those services. And even if those services are good, you can fall in the cracks between those services. You don't have the personal assets to navigate those limbos. The social, political, economic inequalities within which this bill would be put, if it was to pass, are not inconsequential. What this service means is not what just exists on paper, how it's designed, but it's the product of its interaction with those inequalities. And I fear that landing on such an unequal society we have today, the circumstances, the consequences could be quite dire for some communities. It is also true, going back to the NHS, that we have not tackled inequalities in NHS services, from access to experience to outcomes. And I fear that putting a terminal service into an organisation that for all intents and purposes has not solved health inequalities, both the context within which it works and the outcomes for our population, is incredibly risky. And then we have the challenge of palliative care has been raised today. And while I absolutely agree with the idea and the principle of dignity in dying, I do not think that can be detached from an absolute commitment to dignity in life and dignity in sickness. And that means tackling the social, economic and political consequences in which people experience life. Brilliant. Now, I do think also, just as a final comment, because the consequences are so big, we cannot afford to go into a situation where we're trying to fix this on the move. It has to be sorted before the legislation goes through.
My Lords, the noble and learned Lord Faulkner suggested the effect of this bill on palliative care would be to improve it. That is not the view of my sister, an NHS nurse who spent much of her career working in palliative care, and it's her reservations about this bill that I want to share with your lordships. Like many noble lords, she's concerned about the shortage of GPs and other qualified medical practitioners to see patients who want to avail themselves of the assisted dying service, and a shortage of psychiatrists to refer those patients to if there's any doubt about their capacity. Baroness Meacher, outlining her reasons for introducing the bill, said this law would provide reassurance to those living with a terminal illness that this option will be available to them if the worst should happen. But as my sister points out, not all terminally ill patients will have that option, because patients will have to self-administer the life-ending drugs, and some terminal patients are unable to do this if they're suffering from a neurological illness like motor neuron disease or Parkinson's, as my noble friend Baroness Fraser said. My sister asks the reasonable question of whether terminal patients will still be eligible for treatments designed to prolong their lives, such as oncology treatments, palliative chemo, immunotherapy, and hormone treatments, if they've expressed a desire to die and have already embarked on the pathway set out in this bill. Would those patients be reluctant to undergo treatments designed to prolong their lives if they know they have to secure a prognosis of having less than 6 months to live to be eligible for the service? How are palliative care doctors and nurses supposed to help those terminal patients who have an incentive to reject their advice? My sister acknowledges that most palliative care patients do at some point express a wish to die, whether because of pain, nausea, extreme fatigue, or because they're anxious about dying at home without adequate care or support, or because they feel they become a burden on their families. But in her experience, most of those patients change their minds when help does come, solutions are proposed, symptoms alleviated, and they're grateful for the opportunity to spend extra time with their loved ones. It is providing terminally ill patients with these opportunities that makes the work of people in hospices so rewarding. It is why many of them do it, my lords. Their sense of vocation comes from wanting to improve the health and extend the life of their patients, not from accelerating their deaths. She also makes the point that many terminally ill patients have considerably less than 6 months to live. Would there be a statutory minimum amount of time patients are expected to live for alongside the 6-month statutory maximum? Even if there's no statutory minimum, the time it will take to jump through all the hoops before a patient is prescribed life-ending drugs will mean there is a minimum in effect, if not in law. What is my sister to say to those patients who want to end their own lives but have no realistic chance of being approved by a panel in the time they have left? More generally, my lords, my sister is concerned that any attempt to integrate an assisted dying service into one of the most overstretched parts of the NHS, with the inevitable bureaucracy and delays, the forms incorrectly filled out, the unreturned phone calls, the missed appointments, will end up making the lives of terminally ill patients even more miserable. She says her job often feels like working in a war zone, and fears this bill, particularly as currently drafted, will only make things worse.
To focus on the content of existing law relating to end-of-life issues. And I do so to make the points that the current law recognises the fundamental importance of autonomy. It rejects the absolute sanctity of life, about which we have heard much from the bishops' benches and from noble lords. And this bill will introduce greater dignity and greater safeguards than currently exist. There are two basic legal principles. The first is that you have a legal right to end your life. Since the enactment of the Suicide Act 1961, attempted suicide is no longer a crime. You don't need to satisfy a panel of doctors or psychiatrists. There's no special protection against your relatives. If you are a competent adult, the doctors cannot require you to eat, to have a blood transfusion, to have chemotherapy. And they can't stop you going to Dignitas. Why is that? Because the law recognises that it's your life, and so it's your decision. And because the law rejects the absolute sanctity of life. There's a second legal principle that follows from this, and it is that the health system has a legal duty in some circumstances to take positive steps to implement your wish to end your life. I give an example, the case of Ree B, 2002, volume 2 of the All England Reports 449. This was an adult woman who was paralysed from the neck down. She was dependent on an artificial ventilation machine in order to breathe. She wanted the machine turned off. She wanted to die because of the poor quality of her life, and her doctors declined to do so. So she applied to the courts for an order that they do so. And the noble and learned lady, Baroness Butler-Sloss, then the president of the family division, granted that order. She said the woman was an adult. She was of sound mind. It was her decision whether to live and whether to die. Parliament has intervened in this area. We made provision by the Mental Capacity Act 2005, sections 24 to 26, to allow an adult of sound mind to make an advanced decision refusing treatment to prolong their life, should the occasion ever arise, and should the person at that time lack the capacity to indicate their wishes. One other example, when Tony Bland, a victim of the 1989 Hillsborough football stadium tragedy, was in a persistent vegetative state with no prospect of recovery, and he could not express a view about whether to live or die, the appellate committee of this House decided in 1993 that because he had no quality of life, there was a legal duty on the health authority to end his life support, to pull the plug. And that's what the doctors did. And there have sadly been many similar tragic cases since. So I say for this bill to authorise doctors to assist a person to end their life by providing a drug so they can die with dignity is entirely consistent with well-established legal principles which respect autonomy on end-of-life decisions. The bill contains many more safeguards than already exist. It enables terminally ill people to end their life in a less painful, in a more humane manner than starving themselves to death or otherwise committing suicide, or I can't take a question because we are restricted to 4 minutes, than starving themselves to death or otherwise committing suicide or travelling to Switzerland. I support this bill. I look forward to debate, including debate with the noble and learned Lord Carlisle at committee stage. Thank you.
Lord, before the noble Lord sits down,
My Lords, 60 years ago, Parliament passed what I think would be, by common consensus, one of the most significant pieces of legislation of the 20th century, namely the abolition of capital punishment. The rationale for that decision was largely based on 3 principles which I think are difficult to argue against. Firstly, that in a modern civilised country, that it was barbaric for the state to decide to kill its own citizens, even after judicial process. Secondly, that whatever protections were put in place, whatever procedures were put in place, that a judge, a jury, or a tribunal or panel is made up of human beings who ultimately, from time to time, will make mistakes. And thirdly, that when we are dealing with a situation involving the death of a person, the consequence of a mistake in those circumstances is something that is irreversible. The clock cannot be turned back 6 months later when new evidence emerges if that person is dead. Those principles, I think, have held firm throughout the decades, which is why perhaps in the 60 years since then, there has never been a realistic prospect of that law ever being revoked. But I would contend that the legislation that before us today reverses and repudiates all 3 of those principles, and with the added expense of offering sort of in return a false prospectus of a painless, easy death. If this legislation passes, the state will have control over who is eligible for assisted suicide. It will have control over how that is done. It ultimately will be administering the killing of the individual. Similarly, the panels, whatever procedures we put in place, will make mistakes. Now, we know that in terms of the prognosis that doctors make, no matter how qualified or specialist they are, that cannot be got right all the time. But what worries me most is the issue of coercion. This is not simply an academic or hypothetical question. Sadly, we have seen too many cases over the years, particularly resulting in the tragic deaths of partners or children, where it has then emerged at a later stage that there were years of abuse and coercion. And the reality is that coercion is not easy to spot, because coercion happens behind closed doors. Now, coercion can be blunt and aggressive, but it can also be sophisticated and subtle. The drip, drip message to the person that they are a burden on their family. And the reality is that even sort of beyond the coercion that comes from others, there is a risk with this legislation on what I would call self-imposed coercion, where the person decides that they convince themselves that the burden that they are placing in terms of the caring responsibilities, in terms of the financial responsibilities, will mean that they feel compelled to make the supreme sacrifice for their family. And thirdly, as with capital punishment, if we get it wrong on an issue of coercion, we cannot look back 6 months or a year down the line and reverse that decision. Finally, I would say that, to use a classical analogy, today we not only cross over the River Styx, we do cross over the Rubicon if we accept this legislation. Some of the proponents of this legislation are already saying that, well, it is the first step. And we've seen this happen in country after country, less perhaps sometimes in terms of change directly of the law, but in terms of change of practice. And while I'm sure we have great faith in this country, we cannot be that uniquely arrogant to believe that we will be the one country which this does not become an expansion of the issue of assisted dying. I would say in conclusion that this bill, rather than being progressive and permissive, is cruel and regressive, and this House should do the mature thing and reject it.
I've got to sling something away from me. This is very embarrassing, and I will now shut it off, and I'm so sorry. My Lords, if I can start again, and if the clock can start again, because I've lost 12 seconds out of that intrusion. As with my noble friend Lord Rees, and as with many peers in this chamber, I have received lots of emails on this bill, both in the post and by email. In my case, every one of these communications, except the paper by the sponsors, which I hold in my hand, of this bill, were stated they were against this bill. I didn't count all of them, but they must be up to 50 in number. Although we are an unelected chamber, I believe we should take note of these representations that we've received. I thought, therefore, I should give the bill careful study. I found it thoughtful and well drafted. It's readable and comprehensible, quite a change from every other bill that is now being descended on this House. It does provide safeguards on the proposed assisted dying. There's also the appointment of the Assisted Dying Commissioner and the Assisted Dying Review Papers. It carries a number of helpful stipulations and it goes right to what should be discussed with the patient and dealt with other safeguards. Importantly, it defines who is entitled to apply for assisted dying. My noble friend Lord Faulkner covered this in his opening remarks, and I therefore only draw attention to the crucial one, which is the patient has to be terminally ill with the prospect of death within 6 months. However, my lords, these provisions do not cover those with neurological disorders. I refer to multiple sclerosis, motor neuron disease, muscular dystrophy, and advanced Parkinson's. These are all terrible diseases when the patient loses all control of their body movement, but they have no direct expectation of death. I could also refer, and the noble and Reverend Lord Harry's referred to those who have severe spinal injury. One of my sons received a very serious spinal injury and went to Stoke Mandeville, and I met there a rugby player, he must have been 18, or 20 years old who had quadriplegic injury right up to his neck, no movement of his body. I'm told that he was wanting to go to Digitas in Spain, in Switzerland. I don't know whether he ever went there, but I can say that he felt he had no future in life. My concern, my lords, on this bill, if passed, inevitably the terms of this bill will be extended. My lords, that is exactly what has happened in Belgium, Netherlands, and the US state of Oregon, all of whom who have assisting dying legislation for over 20 years. So one can expect the lowering of 18 years, the age of 18 years, the inclusion of many more who don't have terminal illness. The prospects are never ending extending this bill. This brings me, my lords, to the moral position and a practical position. The moral position is that no doctor should ever be asked to kill his patient. And the practical provision relates to palliative care. That the bill overrides the wonderful work in palliative care in providing every help to a dying patient. My lords, that brings me to oppose this bill.
My lords, like many noble lords in this House, I have wrestled with this bill for weeks on end, and I have changed my mind several times. My father died at the age of 97, a proud and honorable man, a veteran of the French Navy and a devout Catholic. He spent his last days almost blind, incontinent, in pain, and confined to a hospital bed. When I visited him with my late husband and sons, he looked at us with love, but he could barely speak. He only whispered 2 words, "Quel supplice," what torture. That night, after saying goodbye, he tried to end his own life by pulling out his drips. Alarms sounded, and the nurses bound his hands so he could not try again. The next day, I was horrified to find my father reduced in this way. That experience left me sympathetic to the right to die. On a personal level, I would want that choice, and I do not want my sons to have the last memory of their mother as the one I have of my father. But personal experiences, however powerful, are not enough to justify enacting a law of such gravity. The risks are stark: coercion, irreversible errors. Thank you, errors. Erosions of trust between doctors and patients, pressure on the elderly and the infirm, financial cost, and the burden on an already overstretched GP workforce. And to add to this, a long list of concerns so clearly listed by many noble lords who spoke before me. Some argue we're behind other countries, and so what? But Canada gives me pause. 8 years on, assisted dying has become routine, now the 5th leading cause of death. Reports show people seeking euthanasia not because they are terminally ill, but because they were poor, isolated, or unable to access proper care. A right to die has become a duty to die. Now, in Canada, there is a question of expanding this law to include children. At present, doctors feel compelled to keep people alive at all costs because it is a crime to hasten death. This has caused some to suffer unnecessarily. But if the law changes, we must be equally vigilant that it does not push people in the opposite direction, towards feeling that death is expected of them. The advocates of this bill cite many cases like my father's. They are motivated by compassion, yet to enshrine in law the deliberate taking of life is a moral hurdle too high to cross, particularly when key details would be decided later through regulation. In our law, a case must be proved beyond reasonable doubt. Here, my lords, for me, that doubt remains, and it is too great to ignore. I wanted to finish by telling you the story of this Swiss 72-year-old woman who had put her name down with Dignitas, but she never made it because COVID happened. So she did not die. Soon, a neighbor moved in, she met him, liked him, they fell in love, and they married.
I'm not going to try and match that story. All I would say is that this has been a brilliant debate on an extremely controversial subject. Some people have opposed the bill on principled grounds. The first point I want to make is that in practice, a number of the areas of principle, and I agree on that point with Lord Panic, the Rubicons on the principle have already been crossed, and I want to mention two. First of all, withdrawal of care essential for the preservation of life is already permissible, including the withdrawal of food and even water in certain circumstances in a controlled medical environment. And secondly, indefinite sedation with drugs is also permissible, even when it's understood that it may shorten life. These are already practiced to some degree. What we're primarily debating are the practical consequences for the terminally ill, their families and the medical profession of widening somewhat the discretion that's already there. Most people want to be able to exercise control, and especially when they're elderly, fearful or in deep pain, although the point has been made that those in pain won't get any benefit from this bill because it's silent on the issue. I remain very nervous about this legislation on several practical grounds, many of which have already been mentioned. Can 6 months be defined? What constitutes mental capacity? Can assistance be legally defined? And once legalised, as has just been pointed out, will the eligibility criteria be expanded? Will the Human Rights Act get engaged here? I think it will. We've already seen that medical science and practice and court scrutiny of both has taken us well beyond the intentions of Parliament in the Suicide Act of 1961, and it'll undoubtedly happen again if this bill's on the statute book. And it's important to bear in mind that the discretion I described a moment ago that's already exercised was almost certainly not envisaged at the time of that legislation. A further concern has been aired very widely already, and I won't linger on it. Some people may feel pressured into taking decisions at the end of their lives which don't reflect their true wishes. And we know that some people hold one view of the termination of their apparently hopeless lives while they're discussing it while they're well, but quite another when they're very ill. A third point I want to make is, which has already been aired to some degree, the medical profession is deeply split on many of these issues, just like this House. I personally support people's right to exercise control over their deaths as well as their lives, but we have to accept that the regulation needed to support this legislation will be complex and will almost certainly have unintended consequences. So in my view, we have to try much harder to get this right, particularly to assist the clinicians in the front line in ICUs and in the hospices. To pass this bill in its current form, heavily laden with controversy and with many arguing, as they have today, that it's not been properly debated, would be a very profound mistake, and it would make for bad law. At the very least, we need a select committee. We perhaps need a royal commission. And then we need a bill in government time, as the Suicide Act was brought in, and as was the case with the Mental Capacity Act. What I've suggested might lead to some delay, but we'd probably get better legislation as a consequence.
My Lords, irrespective of the underlying moral and policy question, as many noble lords have already identified, the bill in its present form is seriously procedurally flawed. I'm against it. I am most concerned about the impact those flaws will have on vulnerable people. Given the time available, 2 points occur to me which demonstrate this problem. First, at no point in the mechanism under the bill does anyone expressly ask the applicant the reason why they wish to die. Such a question would not be an intrusion on private autonomy. To the contrary, it would be a reasonable and, I suggest, compassionate inquiry. In its own way, it would be a significant guard to protect the most vulnerable. Second, more technically, there are very significant failings in the panel stage of the process, as described in the bill and embodied in Clause 17. In its current form, the panel stage of the process, as the noble Lord Grabbanner identified, is lawyer window dressing. I agree. Unlike him, though, I suggest this stage could and should be used to reinforce the process and to protect the most vulnerable against abuse. Let me explain. Clause 17 provides that the panel's function in an application for a certificate of eligibility for assisted suicide is simply to determine whether the 9 tick boxes set out in Clause 17, subclause 2, are met. To do so, the panel, who are described in Schedule 2 as comprising a lawyer, a psychiatrist and a social worker, must hear from the coordinating doctor, the applicant, and they may hear from anyone else. Subsection 7 then requires that the panel must grant a certificate if they've satisfied that the 9 boxes in subsection 2 are met. My Lords, this is a quasi-tribunal process in which the tribunal is bereft of any appropriate powers. Frankly, even a parking adjudicator has more evidential power than these panels. In the past few months, this government has given more enforceable rights to employees and tenants, to mention 2 bills which have recently passed through your Lordship's House, the Employment Rights Bill and the Renters Reform Bill, than to those who seek assistance to die under this bill. How is that so? Because those other pieces of legislation, employment legislation and landlord and tenant legislation, go before a court or tribunal with evidential powers to look into the matter before them. The panel in this bill is toothless. The panel has no power to require evidence to protect vulnerable people, no power to summons witnesses or experts, no power to order the disclosure of documents, no powers of compulsion at all. Indeed, the panel would have no power even to see an applicant's will or to summons witnesses to explain the relationships in the application before them. There is no logical reason, my Lords, why applying for assistance to die should have their request for a certificate of eligibility to be scrutinised by a body with fewer powers to compel evidence and make decisions than a person would have had if they had brought an employment claim or a landlord and tenant claim, or indeed a road traffic matter. At the very least, this bill should explicitly provide that part of the statutory role of the panel should be to investigate motivation and possible coercion. And the panel should have the powers of any other tribunal in performing that task.
I would like to thank all those who kindly wrote to me and sent emails, both from members of the public, religious organisations, religious leaders, and many people in the medical profession. There is no greater responsibility than how we treat those at the end of their life. The vulnerable, vulnerably ill, the elderly, the dying, my lords, and that is precisely why this bill troubles me so deeply. Let me begin by addressing something fundamental: language. Interpreters are dangerous. They are designed to conceal what is actually happening. Why is this called, by its supporters, an assisted dying bill? It is nothing of the sort, my lords. Assistance sounds good. Dying is a natural process which comes to us all. Pain relief, emotional support, these are vital and uncontroversial. My Lords, this bill is not about that. It is about assisted suicide, and that is altogether a different matter. I understand why some see this as a matter of choice, but they cannot ignore the context in which that choice is made. When someone is terminally ill, frightened, exhausted, and overwhelmed, my Lords, they're at their most vulnerable. And it is precisely at that moment that this bill proposes to offer them a legal means to end their life. And that is aided by others, approved by our institutions, and normalised by law. An individual who takes their own life alone does not do so out of desperation, but a combined operation involving doctors, lawyers, family, and the state is something entirely different. Those who support the process may act with the best of intentions, but motivations are not always pure. My Lords, it is rarely simple, and even when they are, the risk of coercion remains real. I don't believe that we can eliminate that risk, and that this bill certainly does not do enough to do so. Once we create a legal route to assisted suicide, how can we ever be sure that a patient's choice is not shaped, even subtly, by pressure, manipulation, guilt, or simply the sense of being a burden? This is why this raises another concern, the undermining of palliative care. Palliative care is so important. Instead of extending choice, I fear we're quietly narrowing it. And not everyone has access to high-quality end-of-life care. Not everyone is given the full range of pain management, hospice support, and spiritual care, or even the time to prepare for a dignified death. But rather than committing to universal, excellent palliative services, this bill offers another option: to end life earlier. This is not a service to people, but to end their lives. It is an abdication of responsibility to provide excellent services to those in need. My Lord, some will say this is about autonomy, but this is not true autonomy, cannot exist without full support to live. We have seen in other countries that what begins as a narrow exception can widen. In Canada, eligibility has always expanded beyond terminal illness to include chronic illnesses or disabilities. And finally, we must listen to the voices of those most at risk. Many disabled people, organisations oppose this bill. My Lords, they do not because they fear death, but because they fear that society too often assumes that their lives are not worth living. My Lords, it is, if we were to compensate society, we must this path. We must invest instead in palliative care, emotional support, hospice services, and the time and presence to walk with people to the very end. In particular, people should be able to be looked after at home. We owe our dying not the offer of an early death, but the assurance that they're valued, supported, and loved until the very last moment. This bill cannot promise that, and so with deep respect to all those who have spoken on both sides, I cannot support it.
My Lords, I believe in choice and personal autonomy. But if this bill is passed, it will change how we treat each other as humans, and not for the better. Hard cases make bad law. And this bill is defective in too many respects. I say this despite the imperfect state of the current law. The reports of the delegated powers and constitution committees cannot be brushed aside. The bill is at once long but incomplete. There is insufficient detail or principle evident for proper scrutiny of the important powers to be delegated. We should, for example, have had draft regulations regarding the coordinating doctors. They are to have a central role and will make the most important assessments, namely whether the person seeking assistance has sufficient mental capacity, has a clear and settled and informed wish to end their own life, and seeks assistance voluntarily, without coercion or pressure from another. How will this be done? From what knowledge base? My noble friend Lord Murray has explained that. How will the panel then test the process? How long will the panel devote? How will it be resourced? so that it is not, and it must not be, a tick-box exercise. We all know subtle family pressures are real. Until now, doctors have been obliged to protect against suicide. This bill goes against that. Death by poison is not treatment. It brings huge ethical challenges and changes for doctors. Next, what sort of people will be the independent advocates? With what skills? How will the vulnerable be identified? For qualifying vulnerable persons are those with a learning disability, mental disorder, or autism, which is often not diagnosed. People who may experience substantial difficulty in understanding the processes or information relevant to those processes or communicating their views, wishes, or feelings. But there is no requirement to involve the independent advocate before a doctor decides to initiate a conversation on assisted dying with people in that cohort, that in precious cohort. The independent advocate will only be appointed once someone is, quotes, on the path. Who with what resources will consider family coercion, subtle family coercion, or just the old person who thinks, I'm probably a bit of a burden? I'm aware of the head of safeguarding in a London hospital who has recently said that that person already has issues with families who want to clear the decks. The noble Lord, Lord Grabbanner, has explained all that. The overloaded NHS is not always safe. Remember the Bristol Children's Hospital. Remember the South Staffordshire hospital scandals. My chambers was involved in dealing with the aftermath of all those and many other medical disasters. Mistakes happen. Practitioners, I'm afraid, are known to change the notes after the event. I've had personal experience of that in matters in which I've been involved. How will we know if the system is working properly? Cover-ups will happen, and we are not to have coronial inquests. Why on earth not? Giving responsibility to the NHS will create a stark financial conflict. It will likely damage the delivery of palliative care. The noble Lord, Lord Stevens, has addressed that in detail. Palliative care should be our focus. This bill cannot be put into acceptable shape. We shall be left with a national death service, and a poor one at that. We should have had a royal commission and proper legislation.
Yeah. Thank you. Received, acknowledged, many emails and letters. What surprised me is that the vast majority expressed deep reservations and anxieties. I wish to record my appreciation and thanks to all who've been in touch with me. It affected my own thinking. The wish to help is understandable, but difficulties mount as attempts to ring-fence from all others those who might be allowed to choose assisted suicide. Is the Mental Capacity Act a sufficient safeguard to determining sentience when dealing with this life or death decision? Its thrust is to determine whether the individual lacks degrees of capacity, rather than they have the extra strength and steadfastness of capacity to decide on life or death. With every good intention, this bill attempts to define the ring fence, but gaps in the fence exist, such as so accurately assessing life remaining with or without treatments. It sidesteps probabilities of more successful treatment. Others are overlooked. Take a soldier, almost fatally burnt, wounded, or CBRN poisoned, fighting for his country, with no more than a 6-month prognosis to live. Does not such a case equate to even trump a peacetime terminal illness? What then of the military covenant? Ignored, my lords. Ignored, and that's just shameful. The subject worth debating is not solely about an adult seeking an earlier death, but about the friends and families and others who know the individual. Whilst the legislation addresses the former, the views, feelings, behaviour of the latter cannot be ignored. Even a 59-page bill with over 50 clauses, 3 schedules and ministerial regulations to come may not be foolproof against any venal behaviour. Presumably for devolved reasons, this bill covers only England and Wales. Were it a government bill, would it be restricted thus geographically? The idea that a dignitas equivalent might be arranged in one part of UK for the use by another is abhorrent. My lords, we do not control the time of the first breath in our life. Society places special value on the right to live. Since the abolition of the death penalty, should it be approved by law to time one's last living breath? My lords, whilst not wishing to set aside all feelings of sympathy, this bill is flawed. As such, it is not worthy of enactment.
My Lords, this bill invites us to cross into, in my view, completely new and dangerous territory. And whilst it's been argued that we already in the law allow for intervention, we would be permitting for the first time a policy and a widespread practice of ending of life by medical means. This is a fundamental alteration in how we understand the purpose of medicine, the duty of the state, and the value that we place on life itself. It's not the natural course of dying with support, but the deliberate intervention to end life. If Parliament is to legislate on such a grave matter, the language we should use should be transparent and precise, so that the public understand fully what's at stake. And it is assisted suicide, and we should call it for what it is. Human life carries dignity and meaning in every stage and circumstance, and that worth isn't reduced by age, or illness, or disability. When people fear pain, we must provide support for better relief. When they fear loneliness, we must ensure companionship and support. When they fear neglect, we should guarantee care. The solution to suffering is not to make death one of the prescribed remedies. A number of issues have come up time and time again, and it's right to emphasise them because they're at the heart of the concerns that people have. And people have written on many, many issues, and I thank people for being in contact with me also. A central safeguard is said to be the requirement of the 6-month prognosis, and we have heard about clinical prediction of life expectancy, oftentimes being totally unreliable. It's an estimate, not a certainty. Doctors themselves acknowledge that such judgments can be mistaken. And if a person's eligibility rests on a calculation that is inherently fragile, then the foundation of the safeguard is insecure. Second thing is that one of my main concerns is, as has been said by so many people rightly, the pressure on older people. Even where explicit coercion is absent, people will feel that they should choose an earlier death to relieve others of responsibility or to reduce demands on family or care systems. And evidence from abroad shows that individuals frequently cite such considerations in their decisions. There will be a new and silent expectation on those who already feel vulnerable. And then we're told that this legislation is narrow in scope. But again, experience, and many noble lords have referred to this, indicates that once the principle of assisted suicide is accepted, criteria will broaden through later legislation, through judicial rulings, or through medical practice shifts. And even if the bill begins with limits, there's absolutely no guarantee that those limits will remain firm over time. And regarding the safeguards that were outlined so fully by Lord Faulkner in his introduction, some of the most significant checks that we were told about have been revised as the bill progressed in the other place. Oversight has moved from established judicial processes to new administrative structures. Definitions have altered. Clarity has been reduced. There's much vagueness. too much power given to the government through delegated legislation to make regulations, if protections appear less certain even before the bill reaches the statute book, what confidence can we have in their long-term durability? My Lords, we must have regard to what should be our priorities. Across the United Kingdom, access to specialist end-of-life care remains extremely patchy. There was a conference in Belfast just yesterday on palliative care which illustrated the many deficiencies in Northern Ireland. Too many families still face inadequate pain management and insufficient support. And before contemplating a law that allows doctors to hasten death in a widespread way, our first responsibility is to guarantee that everyone can receive comprehensive palliative care of the highest standard. That's where compassion and justice should direct us. My Lords, no one who has listened to this debate can fail to understand that everyone has compassion that is spoken in this debate, but compassion must be joined with caution. Even those who agree with the principle of assisted dying or assisted suicide must acknowledge that this bill is grossly deficient even for that purpose.
I rise to speak against this bill and in support of the amendment, Lord Forsyth's amendment, put forward by Lord Carlisle of Berriew. I speak as a former World Health Organization ambassador for Africa and the Middle East and as chair of the Amar International Charitable Foundation. And the mandate of the Amar Foundation is health for all, as is the WHO mandate, and education for all, as is UNESCO's mandate. And in that capacity, with outstanding board and uniquely committed professionals, we have built in the last 35 years 90 to 100 primary health centres, several small hospitals, and we have delivered healthcare to 50 million medical consultations to 50 million people in greatest need. This has taken over 40 years, and in conflict countries, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Iran, in Lebanon, and in Romania, Ukraine, and in Pakistan and Kashmir. These are all local medical staff. There has been no linguistic misunderstanding of what I am going to report. Working to WHO standards and to UNESCO standards for the poorest of the poor in these conflict zones before, during, and after their wars. And I have to report to their noble lords, not one single patient during that long time has asked for death. Every patient has asked for life, for understanding, for compassion for their suffering, but also potentially for a future for themselves. The drive for life is so great that when I was in Damascus last week and saw skeleton figures on the streets, I'd never seen poverty quite like it for a very long time, utter skeletons. They were not begging for death, they were begging to be given the opportunity to live. In other words, the thing to do is to bring joy to the patient who is in trouble, assist in every possible way to ease the pain. Maybe our parliaments would lift the restrictions we only put in a few years ago to stop medical professionals easing pain more easily. Because the inbuilt desire to live is so great that the most intolerable of circumstances, people beg to be kept alive. The World Health Organization, of course, admits that the National Health Service is not yet perfect. For example, it has never really focused on preventative medicine, which is the key to success in the modern world. But this bill destroys even that opportunity, because it will take resources away, and worse than that, it will divert from the primary purpose of the World Health Organization, which is to provide health and life for all. You can't do both in any organization. Those of us who chaired companies, businesses, and institutions, you know you have to have a single mission statement. You don't have a mission statement that tell you to turn right 1 minute and left the next. I recall very well as a child a wonderful example of this, which all of you may remember, a tremendous animal which had a head at both ends. It was called the Push Me, Pull You. May I say who looked after and owned the Push Me, Pull You? Dr. Doolittle. And that is what will happen if we bring this dreadful bill before the House any further. Humans are very imperfect creatures. You look yesterday at the Utah Valley, wonderful university I spoke at very recently, where poor Charlie Kirk was slaughtered. Immediately, people said, well, what he said, he deserved to be killed. Indeed, I don't wish to paraphrase it so precisely, because the incoming head of the Oxford Union said something very like that, as did some of the local journalists. Absolutely appalling. We are not perfect people. This bill gives the opportunity for maximum damage for a huge number of individuals.
My Lords, what a pleasure and privilege to follow the noble Lady Baroness Nicholson of Winterbourne. In light of the impassioned contribution in this chamber already, I wish to speak as a mother and a daughter, and as someone who has worked professionally in suicide prevention. And I speak with a heavy heart in acknowledging the hundreds of letters who have spoken of their pain and suffering in support and in opposition to the bill. My beautiful, intelligent 46-year-old son and equally magnificent 85-year-old mother lives with various difficulties, disabilities, with my mother encountering numerous hospital appointments. They have both taught me more about joy, courage, and resilience than I could ever have imagined. And to my horror, they have on several occasions been offered no resuscitation during routine medical treatment. My Lord, state action as this for common good may raise fundamental consequences unattended in this bill. It is lived experience, and in fact, that during COVID, people like my son, disabled, elderly, like my mother, many of minority heritage died in disproportionate number, often with no resuscitation orders in place on their records without their consent. So it is not a surprise if alarm bell rings fear, as Noble Lord Reeds referred earlier. This is not fear-mongering on my part, my lords. It is documented disparity, and this bill, however well-intentioned, send a powerful message that in the future, if they're seriously ill, they will be offered suicide deaths as compassionate choice. I do not feel confident that this bill provides safeguarding in wider practices in real-world promise in this chamber by my noble and learned friend, Lord Faulkner. This is not hypothetical concern in jurisdiction mentioned, where assisted suicide in Canada, Belgium, and elsewhere, the cliff edge is real. Within a narrowly designed legislation as this one, theirs have expanded rapidly to include people with chronic mental illness as a matter of choice. People choosing death, not because of physical agony, but because they're distressed with their basic social condition, healthcare, and other state provisions. My Lord, such reality may be added pressure on those who may already be vulnerable and poorest in our society as a cloak of choice and relief. Many suggest to me that this is absolute abandonment of every principle our society value as fundamental basic rights, a choice to live in dignity and care. Supporters of this bill say this is about autonomy, but choice only exists where there is parity of palliative care. Sadly, that is not the case for many elderlies and the disabled. Many already feel a burden when community care, mental health support, and other accessible services remain chronically underfunded and out of their reach. My Lord, I'm all too aware of the agony and suffering. I do not dismiss grief or their human desires to control how they wish to die, but we cannot make laws built on the basis on those who are able to decide to access influence at the highest level, including bringing this matter to our Parliament, which is an appearance, at least, that we may be overlooking future rights of the most vulnerable in our societies. This proposal is presented as a panacea of state care, but today's compassion risks becoming tomorrow's coercion, especially as health and welfare services continue to feel deep constraint. If this bill passes, how long before my son or my mother, softly and subtly made to feel that perhaps it's time as the cost rises of their care, however full of love, could and should be ended, dressed as in mercy. My lords, our duties to protect will fundamentally be compromised if this bill, as it builds, sees the deep seeds of deep consequences. It will send a powerful message that majority silent opinions no longer count, and instead Parliament can be persuaded to legislate over life and death by influential advocacy, which many voices, millions of voices in our country have no access or pathways. Thank you for your patience.
My lords, as we heard earlier, this past Wednesday was World Suicide Prevention Day. Suicide is always a tragedy, and its effects are profoundly felt by whole communities as well as the immediate family. As legislators, I believe we have a responsibility to affirm every life as having inherent and equal value, regardless of age, health, disability or circumstances. And I believe we need to seek to prevent suicide, not to facilitate it. We have a national strategy for reducing the number of lives lost to suicide. But sadly, the suicide rate in this country is the highest it's been in over 2 decades. So it's almost unfathomable that in the very week we should be shining a light on suicide prevention, we are considering amending the 1961 Suicide Act in Clause 32 of this bill to make it legal for the state to give drugs to people to hasten the end of their own lives. Proponents of this bill have tried to argue that legalising assisted dying will somehow reduce the number of unassisted suicides, but there is robust evidence to suggest that it has the opposite effect. Backers of assisted suicide in the Australian state of Victoria claimed it would prevent 50 suicides each year of terminally ill people. They won the argument, but since the law was changed, unassisted suicide amongst over 65s, the largest demographic of terminally ill people, has increased by more than 50%. You can see why. If the state tells the sick and elderly that suicide is a valid way out, some of those who don't qualify under the terms of the legislation will still feel that they should take that same way out, because you've normalised it. Our commitment to suicide prevention as a society depends on a consistent message that every life has meaning and value and is deserving of protection. Suicide can't be both something we should try hard to prevent and something that we should assist in some cases. This is nonsensical. My lords, for the state to tell certain suicidal people, "You're right, your life isn't worth living," is an appalling message. It is the ultimate in hopelessness and the very opposite of compassion. According to the Royal College of Psychiatrists, suicide ideation in terminal illness typically resolves once a person's physical pain or associated fear of it is alleviated, unquote. But this bill ignores our duty of care to these people. It sanctions death by poisoning for those who, with the right palliative care and support, would otherwise often choose to live. This bill will put vulnerable people under even greater pressure to end their lives for fear of being a burden on others, physically, emotionally, or financially. We see this in Canada, where the medical assisted in dying law has become, in the words of an ME sufferer called Madeline, a, quote, brutal practicality, unquote, for people seeking to escape poverty and social isolation. One 37-year-old homeless man applied for medical assisted death because, in his words, he felt, quote, useless, unquote, and thought he was, quote, hurting society. Another woman in her 50s asked to die because she could not get adequate housing. Who wants to live in a society like that? This utilitarian way of thinking becomes normalised once assisted suicide is legalised. Polling shows that over a quarter of Canadians now think that it should be acceptable for people to seek state-assisted death as a solution to poverty and homelessness. My lords, the current law exists to protect those who might otherwise feel pressured into ending their lives, and that is why we must keep it. We should be seeking to strengthen people in hope, respect their agency, and give them the care and support that they need, not affirming them in their hopelessness and giving them drugs to kill themselves. My lords, we need to ask, is this bill really the best we can do for society's most vulnerable? This bill cannot be improved. It must therefore fail.
My Lords, I rise far into a frequently heartrending debate, so much about agonising death, and so many speeches that deserve to be noted, particularly that of the noble Lord Forsyth about his father's death and his own reflections on it. I speak in a unique position, even as Speaker number 85, for the policy of the Green Party of England and Wales is to legally provide, with all of the appropriate safeguards, provision for assisted dying. But that does not in any way tie my hands, for the Green Party does not whip, so every vote is a conscience vote. That policy position was extensively debated in the party, and we heard a great many concerns from disabled people from global majority communities, from people who fear they are discriminated against and badly treated in our current medical system, and fear discrimination here too. We heard that, as I heard fears from learning disabled people at an event I hosted earlier this month. But as the noble Lord Faulkner said, the safeguards built into this bill means they are more protected in this than they are in other areas of healthcare. Imposing those protections right across our health service should certainly be a priority, as should be fully publicly funded quality palliative care. And polling evidence shows that disabled people overall want the same rights as the rest of us when terminally ill. To lay it out plainly, one of the chief reasons I will support this bill is that we already have assisted dying available to people in Britain. But only some people, those who have the financial wherewithal, the confidence to navigate foreign systems and travel, and the remaining health and capacity to get to Dignitas in Switzerland. That is a profound inequality that leaves some dying in the many harrowing conditions of which we have heard today. And we've heard it also means that people die alone without their loved ones even knowing of their final choice for fear of the legal repercussions for those they leave behind, and dying sooner than they might otherwise because they fear being too ill to travel. Now, I oppose the amendment from the noble Lady Baroness Berger, which I'm afraid can only be regarded as a wrecking amendment, setting an impossible timetable for the bill, as the noble Lord Faulkner explained. I'm not so sure about the obviously constructively intended amendment from the noble Lord Forsyth. I will listen to further arguments on that. But in addressing both of those, I do want to make the point that in progressing to make a new law, particularly a law of conscience such as this, as with the laws on access to abortion and the rights of LGBTIQA+ people, debate does not only happen in Parliament. As the noble Lord Faulkner set out, this bill has already received far more parliamentary attention than many government bills. But debate and scrutiny does not only happen in Parliament. It happens in the media, in communities, and now, of course, on the internet and social media. And we should not discount the power and importance of that in shaping the law. And the level of correspondence that I and many other noble lords have received about this bill, for me, many hundreds of contacts, the balance of which reflect the views of the public in the polls. And I thank all of those who've taken the time to be in contact with me about it. That is people's politics, and if we look at the opinion polling, the people have a clear and settled view on the need for assisted dying to be available in the UK, not relying on the decisions already made by the people and legislature of Switzerland. The people expect the politics to deliver on their view. Finally, I've been asked to note that my noble friend Baroness Jones of Moulscombe, on medical leave, is listening to this debate from home and wishes to put on record her support for this bill.
My Lords, this bill raises profound concerns for me, and I wish to outline 5 reasons why I cannot support it in its current form. First, while many of us have faced the death of loved ones, in my case, have witnessed the extraordinary comfort that high-quality palliative care can offer, both to patients and their families, this level of care is not universally available, as we've heard. I consider myself extremely fortunate. Far too many people, due to underfunding and limited access, are denied this vital support at the end of life. When individuals are left without proper access to proper palliative care, they may begin to see assisted dying not as a choice, but as the only escape from suffering. My second concern is as people grow older, many lose confidence and become vulnerable. This leads them to being susceptible to subtle pressures, pressures that can arise from well-meaning family members and friends. More troubling still is the potential for overt coercion, where someone may be made to feel a burden or believe their life no longer holds value and thus opt for a path they do not truly want. How and by whom is this being evaluated? Third, even with the strictest safeguards, we must learn from the experience of other countries. In places like Canada and the Netherlands, as we've previously heard, we have seen a gradual expansion of the eligibility criteria far beyond the original intent. What begins as a tightly controlled process can over time become worryingly permissive. There are reports of individuals shopping around for sympathetic doctors, even when they're not terminally ill. This, my lords, risks the potential of normalising suicide as a legitimate solution to human suffering. Fourthly, I'm deeply concerned about the position in which this bill places medical professionals. While I acknowledge that some doctors believe that helping a patient to die peacefully is, in certain circumstances, an act of compassion, there is a stark difference between that and actively participating in determining who qualifies to die. I'm particularly concerned that a doctor can raise the thought of assisted death with a patient without the requirement to also discuss palliative care. This means discussing assisted dying alone could almost be considered coercion. It also goes against the current UK medical law, GMC informed consent, which requires doctors to discuss the various treatments and options for patients and give them long enough to consider these options. This is ethically very problematic and challenges the very foundations of the medical profession, which is grounded in the preservation of life. It runs counter to modern GMC guidelines and risks turning doctors into the gatekeepers of death, not life. Finally, I worry about the broader cultural impact. Our society is built on the principle that every life has an inherent value, from the beginning to the natural end. This bill risks undermining that ethos. It sends a dangerous message that lives of the elderly, the disabled, or the chronically ill may be less worth living, that they are expendable when they're no longer seen as contributing or useful. My lords, I do not deny that there are tragic cases, and we've heard of some today, where medically assisted death may appear preferable to prolonged suffering. But this bill, as it stands, is not the right instrument. Its potential consequences are too grave, its safeguards too uncertain, and its impact on our societal values too profound. For those reasons, I cannot support it.
Yeah. Well, when this question was last before your lordships, I opposed any alteration to the present law, but I've changed my mind because I've come to believe that our present arrangements are discriminatory and hypocritical. These arrangements benefit one group by conferring upon them effective immunity from prosecution for assisted suicide, and then damages the rest by withholding that same immunity on what looks like an arbitrary basis. To explain this, let me go back to my 5 years as DPP, when just around 100 cases involving assisted suicide came across my desk. We didn't prosecute a single one of them. In some cases, this was because the bodies had been cremated in Switzerland and there was no firm evidence of cause of death. This meant that our first test for prosecution, that a realistic prospect of conviction existed, was not met. In other cases, bodies were repatriated for burial, and we had a cause of death, usually massive barbiturate poisoning. Here the evidential test was clearly met. However, even where it is, there's a second test to consider, because prosecutors are given the discretion to determine whether a prosecution would be in the public interest, and in each case we decided it would not. Why? Well, at a basic level, we felt that a mother, a father, a son, a daughter asked to accompany a loved one to Zurich faced a choice that no jury would regard as real. What to do? To take your terminally ill, suffering daughter yourself and to stay with her while she died, or to leave her to be taken by somebody else? Now, even presupposing a rational English jury, following proper directions of law from a rational English judge, we believe that that jury would never convict a mother or a father in this situation. In all likelihood, they would regard the intrusion of the criminal law into such grief as an abomination. Since my time, my successors have invariably followed this reasoning, except in cases of exploitation or other venality, which never were present in cases I considered. Indeed, my immediate successor, Sir Keir Starmer, was even required by the then Judicial Committee of your Lordship's House in its last judgment before becoming the United Kingdom Supreme Court to publish guidance on the factors that prosecutors would consider in determining where the public interest lay in assisted suicide cases. Like me, Sir Keir had resisted this step on the grounds that it would constitute the DPP issuing guidance to the public on how to break the law and get away with it. But that's where we are. We all know that if you assist to suicide in Switzerland and avoid anything the DPP has categorised as an aggravating feature, you may be investigated, but you will never be prosecuted. Of course, there are cases where improper pressure, greed or wickedness are involved, but these would remain serious crimes even were this bill to pass. These few cases aside, this means that the reality is that the vast majority of assisted dying cases abroad have in effect been decriminalised, with notable help from the old Judicial Committee and no involvement at all from Parliament as a legislative body. That in itself is strange, but what is worse is that this dispensation, this de facto right to die, only applies to those with the physical ability, the wherewithal, family or friends willing to risk breaking the law to help them, and the knowledge to do so. Those who are too ill to travel, or who don't have the wherewithal, or can't find anyone to help them, or are simply unaware of the extreme unlikelihood of prosecution, are left to suffer in the UK. They are abandoned by a state that's unwilling to put the current law into practice, yet equally reluctant to ensure that the benefit of its studied inactivity is available to all. In my view, this represents an abuse of the cardinal principle of equality under the law, and it can only be addressed by provisions of the sort contained within this bill.
Hear, hear.
My Lords, as I speak towards the end of the day, the range of the arguments have been thoroughly rehearsed. But, my Lords, I want to focus on an uncomfortable truth that most of us do not want to admit even to ourselves. And that, my Lords, is the issue of human nature and the evil that is in every human heart. And I do pay tribute to Noble Lords Grabiner and Sandhurst and to Baroness Nicholson, who touched on this in their contributions. Every day, as we gather here, we pray the words that Christ taught us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And it's this that's informed my strongly held opposition to this bill, and no amount of additional scrutiny or legislative tweaks would make it acceptable, because I oppose the principle of assisted suicide. As a Christian, my faith shapes my view, but not from a rigid doctrinal perspective. Rather, it is on reflecting on the teachings of Jesus, who knew humans are capable of great love, but also of great evil. We pray, deliver us from evil, because we know that without God's help, we're too weak to resist. And my Lords, it's much too easy not to be honest about human nature. We pretend that all families are happy and all children want the best for their dying relatives. We've rightly heard much about elderly people not wanting to be a burden, but we've not talked about putting temptation at a very distressing time in front of otherwise good and moral people. And no amount of safeguards can take away the temptation to kill off one's relatives under the euphemism of assisted dying to get hold of one's inheritance. Care home fees are eye-wateringly expensive, and one can see how easy it would be to say she or he would not have wanted to live that way, and no one would ever need to know. We cannot know, my Lords, how we would behave under these conditions of extreme temptation. Remember, in our human history, where we've witnessed human beings carrying out unspeakable acts of wickedness and violence against each other. Supporters say the bill is narrow and safe, but the evidence from abroad does not persuade me. It tells me that no matter how many safeguards are introduced, we cannot escape human nature. And my lords, how often in this place and in the other place, and those of us who've been members of Parliament, have we heard about so many terrible things happen, authorities letting people down, and we gather together and we say such and such a terrible thing must not happen again and we must introduce safeguards. But I'm afraid too often it does. But my lords, we're not destined to repeat these actions, which I'm convinced will lead to more suffering and more pain. We talk about vulnerable people, and I want to add my words about victims of domestic abuse, because coercive control in particular is extremely sophisticated. Abusers are perfectly capable of manipulating their victims to convincingly express a wish to die. And by the time the courts, with their delays, have caught up, it is too late. And I finish by saying this debate is about what kind of society do we want to be? Do we hold to the truth that every life is made in the image of God? And are we able to be clear-eyed about the capacity to do evil that lives in all of us, even though it is extremely uncomfortable for us to admit that, especially in this chamber, my lords? And I know my view, which is why I do not support this bill.
Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, this morning said that to change the law is to change society. The reality is that society has already changed, and it wants us to change the law. When the House of Commons passed this bill, the Daily Express newspaper hailed the success of its campaign. 21 years ago, when I lodged my bill in the Scottish Parliament, the Sunday Express's entire front page, coincidentally on the 12th of September, shouted, I quote, "MSP in bid to change law to kill patients." The death threats I received as a consequence seemed rather ironic to me. So some people have changed their minds over the years, even in the church, as up to 2017, it denied someone a Christian burial if they died by suicide. But this bill does not concern people who choose to end their life. It concerns those whose life is ending and the choices they are denied to make that ending better. The arguments I heard in opposition then included that which asserted palliative care as either the answer or part of the answer. But I think we all know that even with comprehensive and universal palliative care, there would be times where someone would prefer not to die through sedated starvation. You can prescribe morphine, but not personal dignity. A common argument I heard then was just to allow doctors to quietly ease the passing of people. Don't interfere. But I don't want an approach to the permanent turning of a blind eye to potential coercion and denial of transparency and protections. 21 years ago, police and prosecutors rigorously investigated and prosecuted those loved ones to travel abroad because this enforced the law on assistance. I argued then it was unjust. Now, as we just heard a few moments ago, this is considered unheard of. And I've not heard any calls today to return to the approach taken before then. Nor have I heard the argument today to return to the approach where a patient didn't have the right to an advance directive, to reject a doctor's insistence on resuscitation, or to refuse food and hydration. All these changes in their own right are accepted by opponents of the bill, but they provide for an inconsistent, unfair, confusing, and often, too often, an inhumane legal framework. These inconsistencies within England and Wales will be alleviated by this bill, but they also exist where I live in Scotland. Liam MacArthur MSP, with great care, is taking his measure through the Scottish Parliament. I hope it passes, as I hope this bill does here. And perhaps because I live on the Scottish border, we will need to address the cross-border issues of residency for those who live in one country and receive services in another. Adult competences laws, the interaction of resolved and reserved competences, and the relationship between health bodies south and north of the border. None of these issues will that we need to resolve are prohibitive or should be in any way block progress. Indeed, the reverse, as they will assist operability. I don't question the motives of those who have principled objections to this bill, but I note that they favour the current legal right to allow a patient, either by choice or persuaded that they are a burden, without full reporting or transparency, to decline food and water and die of sedated starvation. I do not want this carrying on for another 21 years. This bill is not about people choosing to die. They are dying. Indeed, the point missed by many is that this debate is about people who do not wish to die. The way someone dies impacts on how their loved ones live the rest of their lives. A better final few days with dignity, love and care means loved ones remembers their life lived and less so how it ended.
Yeah. My Lords, I wish to raise two concerns with this bill. The bill seeks to prevent coercion, but my Lords, that is a high bar. My concern is with undue influence. As with many others who have been elected, I came across many elderly, vulnerable and lonely residents. Often they lacked the support that they should have had and they needed. Yet they voiced concern that they were a burden to their family, to their friends and to society. Now I combine this with the risk of undue influence being brought to bear. One of my earliest experiences as a counsellor was an elderly lady who went into hospital for a major operation. She had few relatives and gave one of the few relatives she had left, she gave a power of attorney. Now the operation was successful, yet the relative put her into a care home and sought to sell her home. Fortunately, she had good friends who managed to nullify the power of attorney and she returned home. Now this may be an extreme case, but it demonstrates the risks, and I have other lesser examples of relatives seeking to gain their inheritance sooner. The second concern is the role of the NHS. The NHS is a large and complex organisation. It already has a great deal of difficulties in delivering its current roles. From a personal perspective, I have had several family members being treated for cancer, and despite many good staff, all too often it felt like they were being treated as a unit and not an individual. And in the case of my mother, palliative care was only available eventually. And I know that both Noble Lords Bethel and Noble Lord Stevens have raised the issue of the capacity of the NHS to do this bill. Now, the NHS's whole focus, in my opinion, should be on health and well-being of the individual. It should not have an additional role to kill people. If this bill were to progress, its delivery should be entirely separate to the NHS, and I intend to table such an amendment.
My Lords, the strength of feeling on this issue is understandable. Rarely do we get to debate such a truly momentous issue. But in the end, this is a question of personal choice. No one is suggesting that assisted dying should be mandatory, nor even that it should be widely available. In fact, under this bill, few might be eligible to ask for it, let alone choose to take up the option. All this bill would do is make it possible for a dying person to die the death they want. I don't believe it's my right, or the right of any of us in this House, to deny another individual that option. Could anyone have been in Millbank House on Tuesday, listening to Nathaniel, now battling with pain, in order to continue walking while he can still move his cancer-riddled body? Would they deny him what he craves, the certainty that, when he can cope no longer, he can have the death he chooses? It is, he says, his dying wish that this bill should become law. Barely 40, until very recently, a music teacher and marathon runner, he says he's receiving excellent palliative care. He doesn't wish to die, yet. But when life becomes intolerable, he wants an assisted death. He is anything but suicidal, and the use of that word is an emotive effort to confuse two very different things. Nathaniel does not want to kill himself. He's dying already. Many noble lords have talked of the need for investment in palliative care. That's not a matter for debate. We all want investment in palliative care. But assisted dying should be viewed as merely part of a palliative care package. Palliative care cannot always deal with all pain. One of the many letters I received on this subject said, "No matter how good we can make palliative care, there are always those for whom the experience of terminal illness and dying involves suffering that cannot be alleviated nor endured. We need both good palliative care and assisted dying to be available." To my Lord, the author of that letter was a former hospice director and consultant in palliative medicine. Sophie Blake has been a vigorous campaigner for better palliative care and for assisted dying. She doesn't want to die, despite the pain she suffers from multiple cancers. But she's allergic to opioid painkiller, which makes pain relief difficult. She's terrified of going through excruciating pain when she does die. But worse still is the fear of her daughter watching that. So while she fights for better palliative care and for her life, she's desperate for the right to have the peaceful and dignified death this bill could deliver for her. I want to be able to reassure Sophie, Nathaniel and others that I will help give them the reassurance they crave and that I couldn't give my own mother when she was dying. During the course of this long and balanced debate, and we're only halfway through, many have voiced concern over a lack of safeguards. But there are safeguards and there'll be more. The bill isn't perfect, and this House will do its job, scrutinise it and improve it where possible. But we need this bill to move ahead quickly. My Lords, I support it.
My Lords, this is a difficult and controversial bill, not only because of the substantial amount of delegated legislation, the problem of skeleton legislation, the lack of adequate pre-legislative scrutiny, as committees of this House have pointed out, and as the evidence presented by lawyers and academics, including at the think tank where I am research director, also points out. Not only because of the magnitude of the proposed change and potential impact to which your Lordships have drawn attention, although this has no electoral mandate which would have allowed for pre-legislative consultation and debate nationally, which isn't guaranteed by opinion polls. Most important of all, the bill fails to recognise the nature and basis for the law in the fundamental matter of life and death, and that once assisting suicide is allowed, it becomes impossible to detect cases where more than assistance is provided and someone is in effect induced to kill themselves. This is a criminal act, but under this bill it becomes impossible to police. As the recent Chief Coroner has pointed out, the bill removes any realistic prospect of an effective inquest. The bill also ignores the moral and religious underpinning of a historic tradition based on the principle that the life of each person is sacred, irrespective of how much or how little value may be put on it by others, or the state, or whether that life has a cost to others. Without such a premise, we risk a descent into barbarism, in which human lives may be done away with as fast as battery chickens, by category, by age, by disability, on account of their mental and psychiatric condition. Indeed, the mask proposed by the dramatic change in the law proposed in this bill, the veneer of strict conditionality and the obligation for the person himself or herself to want to commit suicide and prove consent, reveals an ignorance of the very nature of our society. Society is based on kinship, on interdependency, on networks of support both in the private and the public sphere, and ultimately on trust. It is underwritten by tradition and conventions which for centuries have been given the protections of the law. At the basis of this whole structure, though unfashionable to say so, the conviction that human life is sacred is there. My lords, despite the bill's conditions, its alleged limitlessness and restrictions, it strikes a hammer blow at a civilization supported until now by law, custom, kinship, and trust throughout the centuries, whether in peace or war, but now struggling to keep afloat.
My lords, on the 9th of October in the year 2000, my parents-in-law, Jack and Ruth Lowy, committed joint suicide. He was dying, and she had decided to accompany him on this last journey. Jack was born in Bratislava, in what was then Czechoslovakia. The family were Jewish, and following the events in Munich in 1938, they fled to Philadelphia. When war was declared, Jack went to Canada and joined the Czech division of the RAF. He survived a punishing war and then worked for British intelligence. He went to Cambridge as a demobbed airman and became a brilliant scientist, a professor in biophysics, specializing in the movement of muscles. His work required him to conduct experiments on animal tissue. He spent much of his time using X-ray refraction in his lab at King's College and at the Daresbury synchrotron in Cheshire. In those days, no one quite understood the long-term dangers of radiation, and protection was rudimentary. For him, it was fatal. In 1998, he was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, which he knew was terminal. He told me in his usual blunt way, "I know how this story ends, and it is not pretty. I'm bloody well going out with my boots on." Not much room for doubt on that one, my lords. As he became weaker, they both cut themselves off from us, gradually, then completely, so as not to involve us in their deaths. Letters were returned, emails bounced back, and telephone calls went to the answering machine. We were bereft. We had no one to talk to, and to be honest, when we tried, no one believed us. When we said there was a chance that Ruth would commit suicide along with him, people shook their heads in disbelief. My wife in particular sensed that they would carry out their wishes. After all, they were both intelligent people who had carefully thought this through. There was no one to support Jack and no one on hand to help Ruth in what must have been hell for her. The main practical problem for Jack was procuring enough barbiturates to ensure one and then another successful suicide. He found a way. Being the scarred Holocaust survivor that Jack was, and the brilliant scientist that he had become, there was no way he was going to get the dosage wrong. If there had been assisted dying legislation at that time, I am certain that things would have turned out differently. We could have talked about it openly, without the fear of legal consequences. We could have engaged professional help. My lords, I can't be certain about my mother-in-law's motivation to join him, but they both knew that his own suicide at home could well run the risk of her being charged with committing a crime as an accomplice. What I do know is that had this bill been law, then she probably would have chosen life. My family would have been spared a double bereavement that was unnecessarily brutal and psychologically damaging for us all. Not surprisingly, my lords, I support this bill.
My lords, it's a great privilege to sit here all day and listen to noble and learned members of this House. The problem is, when you're the penultimate speaker, most of the good ideas and suggestions have already been made.
but I would like to pay tribute to my noble friend Baroness May and Baroness Faulkner, Baroness Hunt, and indeed Lord Stevens over his very good point regarding palliative care in England and Wales, all very highly relevant to this debate. My Lords, I am concerned about the fundamental shift that this bill will cause for our relationship with the medical profession. As legislators, we owe it to the public, who will be impacted by this bill, to think through all consequences carefully, whether intended or not, and to think about who we will empower to pass legislation. In this bill, if this bill passes, we'll be moving from an NHS where doctors are focused solely on healing to an NHS where, with the conditions of this bill are met, any individual doctor with no specific training can raise ending a terminal ill patient's life with the state's endorsement, no matter how vulnerable the patient. We place a lot of trust in our doctors and healthcare professionals to seek what is best for us, and this bill risks that implication, if not the outright declaration that ending your life early is a suitable course of NHS treatment. The Honourable Member for Sleaford and Haken, in the other place, who is an NHS consultant doctor, reflected on this issue about how patients interact with their doctors during report stage debate. As a doctor, I am very aware that the trust that the public places in doctors and the seriousness with which they take what we say, if a doctor gives somebody information about assisted dying, it is quite reasonable for that person to think that the doctor is suggesting that they should take part in that process, or is hinting that their death will be dreadful and trying to be kind if doctors are allowed to say, this is a good process. More people will take it up and would otherwise have wanted to. My Lords, I know when I go to the doctors, I am assuming that this doctor before me will be there to help my health and recovery and nothing else. And that should be our experience. Any threat to this kind of relationship between the medical profession and its patients must be rejected. We cannot afford to fundamentally rewire the NHS to the effect that the public will no longer be sure that their recovery is occupying the totality of the doctor's thoughts, or worry that in a cash-strapped NHS trust, somebody is calculating set out an impact assessment that £13,000 could be saved per patient for every 4 months of unused health care for the cost of a £14 prescription. As this bill passes into law and establishes assisted dying as a regulated and approved treatment, something commonplace, we will have to be sure that we not just systems and processes are beyond reproach. Many professionals at all stages on their career will have the opportunity and ability to put patients on the route to an assisted death. This means we will have to have faith in the competence and professionalism of every individual. I have no problem having closely interacted with 3 NHS trusts as a Member of Parliament, saying that some of the most dedicated people in our country work in the NHS, but I would be delusional to pretend that this is universally true. I've seen deeply worrying cases where one bad apple was simply shunted from job to job. As with all institutions, doctors are fallible human beings. Mistakes will be made through exhaustion, misunderstanding, and yes, my lords, in some cases, malice. And yet advocates for this bill would have us reject common experience when the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell raised at report stage that many constituents have grave concerns about the way in which they are treated because they feel they do not have a level of equality within our NHS. The member for Solihull West and Shirley rejected it as rhetoric that engenders a fear around medical profession. We must not underestimate how much power this will put into the hands of potentially very junior medical professionals and the scope of impact a very small cohort can have. This is evident in the international jurisdictions with similar regimes. According to an official report in 2021, a single doctor in Oregon wrote 1/8 of all assisted dying prescriptions. In Victoria, according to the Voluntary Assisted Dying Review Board, during 2023-24, 10 doctors handled 55% of all cases. My Lords, this bill should not pass in its current form.
Yeah.
My Lords, as Lord Evans has indicated, everything's been said, but obviously not yet by me. For me, it's a simple matter of choice. I support this bill. It's a choice to end your life at a time of your choosing, when all hope of survival is gone. The choice to ensure that your passing is peaceful and controlled, and the choice, so far as possible, that it occurs where you would prefer, with or without the people you choose to be present. At the moment, people do have that choice, as people have mentioned, to travel to a jurisdiction in which it's legal. But this choice is hampered by conditions. If you wish to travel to Switzerland, then you'll need to be able to afford a ticket. If you're imprisoned, you'll not be able to travel at all. You'll probably need someone to accompany you and help with the arrangements, and those people will need to risk an investigation and prosecution. And it's not whether the prosecution takes place, it's the investigation you're under and the family who are affected for the time that it takes to decide that you haven't committed an offence. And finally, and something that hasn't been mentioned too often, is that you will need to be well enough to travel. And of course, illnesses progress, not always at the rate at which medical people expect. So it can remove that possibility at a time at which you most need it. And so if these three conditions aren't met, you're poor, you're alone, or you're already extremely ill, then you do not have that choice. So why do only the rich, the well enough to travel, and those with friends and family have a choice? It can't be right. And even for those fortunate enough to travel, they have to end their life in a foreign place, which is clinical, cold, and anonymous, when they could have been at home, surrounded by the people they love, the animals they probably regard as family, and the home they've enjoyed. Those who oppose this bill say that better palliative care should remove the need for assisted dying, and I don't accept that. I don't accept it because we had too many cases where palliative care did not work. So I agree with Lord Stevens in particular, who said that we should have far more palliative care. There is an irony that while 100,000 people do not have that opportunity, they're probably more in need of this option. And to sit in a room and say to them, well, actually, we can't ease your pain. We might provide more palliative care in the future, but probably 5 to 10 years away, is hardly a conversation I would like to have with the people affected by it. And each one of us might want to imagine we have to have that conversation, because that's the power that we hold in our hands. And for me, it's not for doctors to say what a dignified, pain-free death is. It's for the person who's suffering that trauma. It's for them to decide when enough is enough. It's said that people may be induced or pressurised to go early. Well, I'm afraid the risk of that outcome is already with us. If anybody imagines that no one is being pressurised at home to go early, I think we're naive. But I think this possibility is that someone could intervene, should that be happening against someone's will, and provide an option that provides a better end than someone might be anticipating. People could, of course, take their own life, and I've seen people take their own life when all hope is lost. It's not attractive. They're not in control, and they usually do it in a way that affects many other people. And of course, their family is left with all the uncertainty and pain that can bring to them when they've not been there or not had the opportunity to make sure that it's a far better end. And I would just mention very briefly, I've heard once or twice today people say that suicide is wrong. I think that's the underpinning of why we used to say that attempted suicide was a criminal offence. I don't think it's wrong. It may not be the best end for anybody, but I understand why people come to that conclusion. It's a very brave decision for those who make it. And I don't think we're right to say that it's a wrong thing. So finally, just a thought for all of us in this place. This is a moment when we're told 80% of the population support this bill, and that matches my own polling with people I meet. This is a moment of conscience for us all to vote according to our best judgment. But I don't think that means anyone should try and stop the process of this bill by procedural mischief or internal debates. If the bill is voted down, that's what democracies do. It's my view very unwise and unfair to prevent the opportunity for this vote. So I support this bill. Now, the time has come to be more humane to the dying, and this bill achieves a humane solution to the most awful problems at the end of our time on earth.
My Lords, I beg to move the debate on the second reading is now adjourned until Friday the 19th of September.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, it's been a long day at the end of a very long week. As we adjourn our proceedings, I'm sure all noble lords will join with me in thanking the catering staff, the attendants, the clerks, Hansard staff, the broadcasting unit, the police, security staff and the doorkeepers for their excellent support, keeping the House operating and keeping us safe. With that, my Lords, I beg to move the House to now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.